inquiries from individuals who have asked me, who have mentioned they do have tattoos, where they have the tattoos, is it even worth my while to fill out an application? It's like, probably not, but I've always forwarded that information to the Sheriff's Department. So that's, we're keeping our fingers crossed on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So
There's been a little change in the composition of the merit board too, so that may,
Yes.
that may make a difference.
Yep. So we're hoping, although unemployment is, it's still low, but people are looking at changing.
Just shopping for a
Shopping.
better deal.
Right,
And I think
exactly.
we're there. I think we offer a lot that the private sector can't offer, so maybe we can get some. So, all right, great.
And I see the numbers of participating employees that are participating, and it's like 63%. We still got quite a large percentage that is available. They're just not on the employment rolls. So the employment figure is kind of skewed, of course. It always has been, but
You still have a lot of people who left the job force during, the pandemic, who retired and left with all of this great experience and education, and nope, they're kind of enjoying things, but some are sort of trickling back.
Yeah.
Retirement isn't exactly what they thought.
They weren't planning on $10 diesel fuel when they retired.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right, though, and you sit at home long enough and you go, I got to do something.
Yeah.
And it's probably maybe a different job, just
Yeah.
something, a
Yeah.
change.
Something different,
Well,
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. A
What
career
happened-
pivot.
What happened with that is guys my age have much more value in the job market now because everything is so short. So guys that were happily retired are all of a sudden getting job offers
Yeah.
for big bucks.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Dottie.
Thanks,
All
Dottie.
righty.
We know where you live.
That's right. That's right. Yep. See you guys.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's jump into some of this discussion topics. Clean up the payroll.
Move to approve payroll.
Second that.
Motion is second. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries. Didn't have any claims, did we?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't the. One of the vehicles came in.
One we already
Yes.
proved to
We've been
buy.
hanging on and we're-
I'd make a motion to approve that claim for the sheriff vehicle.
I'll second.
Motion second. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries. Minutes. Chance to read the minutes. Motion to approve.
So moved.
And a second.
Motion second on minutes. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Minutes are approved. Travel request, our favorite.
I'll move to approve travel.
Well, second.
Comments?
I'd like to see the policy change where we give each department so much money and let them keep the rest if they don't travel. That ain't a motion. I know it's not gonna happen, but I'd love to see a change in that. I still don't see the advantage of traveling everywhere, but that's my
Let's
personal
put that on the agenda the first of the year to go into
Something
the
to talk
handbook
about,
and
maybe.
maybe make a
What's
change.
some bonus? Don't travel.
Yeah, when it's done, when it's gone, it's done.
Now, the biggest problem I have with it is when different people go into the same spot, they drive separately, they stay the same duration, they get different hotel rooms. And I get the privacy issue in this, but then again, when it runs into $2, $3, $4 grand for 2 or 3 days, it gets it's expensive, so.
Well, we got one, and I'm not going to mention the name, but it's two people out of the same department, going to the same place, same time. It's all, they both filed a travel, well, actually, it's all in one travel
But
request.
two different,
Two
that's
different
kind of the one I
people.
was, talking about.
And the dollar amount is $2,402. And that's,
And you can make an argument either way for separate rooms, but traveling together, I think, is
yeah,
an advisable idea,
yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
So I like to give them some incentive and say, keep the cash if you don't go. Here's your allotment. I know on the state called ones, we about have to go, right?
Well, we have to go, and
yeah.
I don't, personally, just my 2 cents, I don't want to stifle people's desire to take advantage of training if
Sure.
if the department heads feel that it's valuable enough to recommend that they go. But I think there's some areas where we could tighten some things up and save a few bucks too.
Well, I'm just wondering too, how much, I know when my kids played travel hockey, the hotels would pay our hockey association to stay at that hotel. In other words, there was kickbacks involved, and I'm not saying our employees get kickbacks, but
No.
are these people putting on the events getting kickback from the hotel, which encourages you to come, which, could this be done on Zoom, YouTube, I don't know, it's just,
I
it's
know
one of the things.
that the big conferences that I go to, the hotels give discounted rates, pretty substantial discounted
yeah.
rates, because they'll book a big block. But the smaller conferences, I don't know how that works, but
Yeah.
but we, at a minimum, we need to be asking for government rate, because that's always less than standard rate.
Right?
okay.
Okay. But so we got
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Aye. Just because of the one. Got to have a no somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. Your salary contract. We got Susan. This is every year.
Yeah.
Signed a contract, percentage of the,
prosecutor
Prosecutor.
pay, 70%.
It's a statutory requirement. Nothing-
yeah, it's pretty much cut and dried. We just,
They should make them the same. I mean, the sheriff does a lot of work to me, and so does the prosecutor, but
Yeah.
I don't understand, how do they come up with 70%?
Another one of
Who
those
knows?
mysterious things that come out of Indianapolis.
I know, I'm just saying, it's just an odd thing that's probably been that way forever,
anyway, entertain a motion to edit or okay that contract, and we all have to sign, and so does the council, by the way.
So moved.
And seconded.
A motion is second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries. We will sign.
Real quick, do we have time for just one other quick thing?
Really?
Or just DeKalb Humane Society wrote a one-line letter they want to sign here. The DeKalb County Commissioners agree that DeKalb County Humane Society is granted the right to demolish the former DeKalb Animal Shelter at 5221 US 6, Butler, Indiana, at no cost to DeKalb County. They want us to sign it. So I'd make a motion that we sign this letter from DeKalb Humane, allowing them to tear down their building.
Second.
Motion and second. Comments?
What did Butler want to do? Didn't Butler want to?
They want to use it
Yeah,
for
they-
training.
Yeah, and that,
But just they don't need the improvements on it.
No,
Well,
just fire department training. No, before the building's demolished, they
Oh,
they
okay.
need to use it.
Yeah.
it's
But
ripped
they,
down.
and they can work that out with
Yes.
Humane, that's fine
Yeah.
then.
And hopefully we won't rip it down while they're in it.
I'd give them some real training.
Yeah, let's not make a real life, okay, we got to vote though, right? So,
Yeah.
motion second.
I think we're done with comments. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion carries.
Who has the retirement cards? Is that Todd?
Probably.
That's all right. I just don't want to lose them.
Oh, yeah, I gotta sign this too, Mike. Sorry, I forgot this one. Retirement cards.
It's all right. I can get them later. I just don't want to.
No, I don't have them.
What? These are just the envelopes. We passed the cards. Pictures.
Oh, they're back here. I'm sorry, I brought them back to you along with other.
Snake.
I slept since then. Oh, wait, no, I didn't do that.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Michelle, you're up.
Morning, Michelle.
Click that mic on. Blue light. Thank you.
All right. Just a couple quick things, hopefully. And then I did bring one extra that has just kind of come up for us out of community corrections. First thing I have is the grant for the juvenile DOC application is going to be due in the next couple weeks. And we got approval for it from the Community Corrections Advisory Board at our meeting on Friday. And so now it's time for your approval for us to turn that in. I had sent a copy of it. Not many changes from last year. The only thing we were able to do is move a little bit of money around to try to get some raises for the teacher working out there and some of the assistants that are working out there. Just trying to keep up with the cost of living and let them know that we value them and some things like that. So DOC had already told us that every county is going to receive the exact amount of funding they received last year, as long as they're working up to par and passing their audits and things like that. So that's what our grant reflects. And do you have any questions about it?
Was there one other change in it that you made note of also, that you were changing funding mechanism to, or you were switching duties of someone? I can't remember. I read.
There is a position out there that had been a full-time position that we have switched to a part-time position.
Okay, all right.
That we're actually trying to hire for right now. The individual that was working in that position actually moved over to 4D and was able to get quite a substantial raise just because they have the ability to pay more than we have. So we actually switched that into a part-time position, just trying to make some changes to the budget that we thought we could.
All right, that's probably what I read. All right.
Anything else?
No questions.
Motion to approve?
Moved.
A motion and a second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries.
Next thing is the bike program that we have been talking about at Community Corrections, where we would have some bikes available for participants to borrow when they don't have transportation. Obviously we are kind of out there on the edge of the city, and a lot of them, I wouldn't say a lot, actually. I would say there are a number, though, that do have to walk, at least at the beginning of the program, until they can figure out another form of transportation, find somebody to offer them rides, or get their driver's license reinstated. We have a number of bikes sitting at the facility that had been brought by past participants and then left when they left. One of the things we looked at was actually trying to get a grant to purchase bikes, but once we determined that we have 5 bikes sitting out there that are not being used and are not claimed by anyone, we thought it might be easier to determine a way to claim those for the facility and just begin using those. And then if we need to look into expanding the program later, determining how to do that. So I started with emails to,
Jim,
yep.
I got
Jim?
an email. I'm fine. In fact, looks like it was plagiarized from a lawyer.
So just trying to determine how to claim the bikes, and then also making sure they would create a strong waiver for them to sign, just letting them know that if they are injured while riding the bike or wreck the bikes, hurt themselves in any way, that we aren't liable, the county isn't liable, and also that they're responsible to bring it back to us in good order. They can't just leave it in the community somewhere, say they lost it or something like that. So we did create that waiver by using Google, which is why it looks so good. And Jim asked that we send it into the insurance company. So sent it to insurance trustees. They said we don't need any additional insurance coverage to start the program, so it won't cost us any more that way. And they actually sent that liability waiver into their underwriter, had them look through it, and they said it looked good to them, and they'd be fine with us using it. So
Great.
I feel like we're at the point now where we just need final approval to claim the bikes and begin the program.
What assurances do you have they'll bring the bike back? Is there a deposit on the bikes when they use them, or?
There isn't. What our plan was obviously at the bottom of this waiver, we had put in some language just letting them know that they're responsible for the cost of replacing the bike if they don't bring it back, or if it's damaged, they're responsible to fix the damage. So that was the only thing that we did. Obviously, we have a disciplinary policy where we handle things like this already. So it would just be part of a disciplinary policy for us that we would have them in to discuss what happened or where is the bike or whatever the case might be to determine that they owe that restitution.
Okay. All right.
I thought about them letting somebody else use it. Do you have any safeguards that doesn't happen? The person, I didn't make an issue of it with you because I don't think we really need to amplify what you had prepared. Because if it was given to them to have possession to ride someplace, if they let somebody else do it, that's on them, not on you. So I didn't need anything changed in the agreement. I just would suggest somebody tell people taking bicycles, this is just for your use.
I'll be honest, we need very clear direction for what we do. So I'm probably will go ahead and just add a short clause in that says
And
that.
that's fine. I just didn't see that it had to be done, and I'm fine with it being done.
So we're gonna make that correction, or addition as part of the motion. The addition that, for the residence use only on the bicycle. So we're gonna include that into the
Yeah.
document, so we need to take a motion.
Contingent on that.
Yeah.
Right. I did have a question about the helmets. No requirement that they wear the helmet.
We didn't make that a requirement. That actually did come up at the board meeting on Friday. And Jeremiah Otis from Fortify Life said that he might be able to get us some helmets that we would at least offer for use voluntarily. I think it'd be a little too difficult for us to ensure that they're actually wearing the helmet. But I'd like to at least offer them so that if they'd like to take one, they can.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
They can't come back and say, well, no helmet available. I busted my head, but there's no helmets available. So offering that I think would be a good plan. Anything else? Anyone? Motion?
Motion to approve the bike agreement with the changes made that the bike is used for resident use only.
I will second.
A motion, a second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carries. Me to sign, but
I think this is for the person.
Yeah, I don't think we
Bill.
need to sign it.
You don't need to sign. This is for when they
oh,
use it with their resident.
Unless somebody else gets that bike and then wrecks it, says it, you signed for it.
you need any signatures?
Yeah.
Neither one.
Bill, if you need one of them bikes, we'll have you sign one.
Well, that's why I was signing.
Yeah.
Okay. Next thing was, one question that had come up was if we needed to give an update on the combination with community corrections and probation. So I just wanted to, I guess, give a quick update and then see if you were going to require anything else as far as that goes for future. Mr. Lapham and Mr. Hall and I have been working on policies and procedures, revamping some things, making sure that everything is clear on shared duties, how cases will flow from one area to another, depending upon sentence, who's in charge, at which point is it going to be, a probation officer over here at the annex or one of the probation officers that are be out at the community corrections building, as well as just looking for other ways to, be more efficient, share data, things like that. We have been setting up meetings about every 2 or 3 weeks to work on sections and then come back together, review it, work on another section. And so we're making good progress on that. The 3 case managers currently out at community corrections will become probation officers next year, which I think was already covered in budget hearings and things like that. So we're just looking at, what will that take for them? What's their training going to be like? Normally, when you would hire somebody new, if they came in with no experience, there's a very clear plan of training needed and things like that. However, these folks have already had some of that training, so we're just going to be determining what they need to do to become certified, take their test, and all those other requirements. And, I don't even know what else to say. Did you have questions about it in particular? Anything I could answer?
I do not. Anybody else?
I think it's a great path.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Go ahead.
like the way, the direction this is all going compared to how it was going, so appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd like to, just for the benefit of you two, the amount of work that Michelle and Michael Lapham have done over the last few months to put community corrections on the path that it's on now is just pretty amazing, really. I've kind of had a ringside seat sitting on that advisory board, but it's made a huge difference, and certainly a positive for the county. So
Agreed.
we appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we do.
Okay, so the last thing I have is something that came up just at the end of last week. If you all remember, when I first came in April, I was told by maintenance and other folks at the community corrections building that there were light fixtures that still were not working and had really not worked since the building opened. And this was all part of also trying to get some of the ceiling fixed by Mosaic, and then the light fixtures would be by High Tech, this company called High Tech.
Yeah.
So we contacted them about that. They said they would look into it and talked about ordering parts. They let me know that the parts were no longer under warranty according to the manufacturer of the lights. And that was our conversation. It then took them about 6 months to get the light parts in. And they finally contacted us that they were in and that they would come and fix the lights. And so they were out, I don't even remember. It was just a few weeks ago, and I can't remember the exact date to do that. And ended up, I don't really understand why. I'm not an electrician and I wasn't up in the attic with them. But they ended up replacing only one of the 4 parts that they ordered and then gave us the other 3 parts for future use. Then they sent us a bill. And I have been emailing with them since the end of last week because the bill is charging us $1,200 in labor. My understanding was that they were coming to fix this because it had never worked properly. And the gentleman at High Tech said, well, I told you it was out of warranty. And so I thought you understood that meant that we wouldn't be doing any of it on our own dime. And I told him that was not the case. And that I thought $1,200 was a fairly outrageous price to have to pay. So I haven't gotten anything back from him again as far as if he's willing to work with us on that or not, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I wasn't sure if any of you had ever dealt with High Tech Electric during the building process, if you wanted to take this over, if you...
Todd wants it.
Todd wants it.
Tell them we'll trade the $1,200 for the $1,200 I'm charging them for pointing out their defective work. Quote that, and we will just call it even. Because
If we're going to pay this bill, we're going to send them a bill likewise.
before you got there, I spent about 3 hours up in that attic because they said all them lights were properly installed. They had them just sitting on the drywall, completely unacceptable. 30-pound light sitting on drywall. They were just falling through. They would have fell on some of your residents' heads at one time, but they swore up and down, even after I looked at them and sent them pictures. No, that's installed properly. I'm like, really? And so I feel your pain, but just tell them, we'll just trade, or just tell them, or we can tell them, I can tell them, but I don't feel as though we owe that money.
Okay. Would you like me to forward the email to you?
Yeah, I'll respond to it.
Okay.
Shoot
I
it
can
to
do
me.
that.
Yep. We'll handle this.
Anything else, Michelle?
No,
All right.
should have done that one first and ended on a high note.
Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you.
We're used to it.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to Lance Burton and Larry Seiler.
I'm here for Larry, but Lance here. Isn't here. Oh,
I'm Tim Maloney, and I live at 4411 Wilderness Court, which, if you're familiar with the corn maze, we're just about a mile and a half south on 43. I think we're here with you today over the platting of Gehrig Estates 3. And so I'm going to kind of piece this together.
Real
Yes.
quick. What was your name
Tim Maloney, Maloney,
and your address?
4411 Wilderness Court.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So back in 2008, I purchased my property on Wilderness Court from the Seilers, and in the purchase of that, they were given full excavation rights. And then in 2009, I built my house with the understanding that he had a partial roadway in, a rough construction road, and that roadway would be finished when all 8 lots were sold off. Well, that happened this year. All lots were sold off. He finished the road, and it was our understanding as residents that the county would be, that Larry Seiler, back when he first platted Wilderness Court, that he made agreements with someone in the county that the county would take over that roadway. And looking at the platting, it has the standardized language that I understand that the county would not. And that was the change that was supposed to be made by Seiler, that with his agreement with the county then, that they would assume the roadway after it was completed. So that's as far as I know the story and what I'm here to. Oh, and Lance is here. He could speak a little more to that, because he was he bought the first lot, so he's got more tenure there than I do. But that's been, I think I was like a year or two after you, and then so that's my understanding.
Yeah, I built in
Could you
2007.
state your name and address for us,
Lance
please?
Burton, 4435 Wilderness Court,
Okay.
Auburn, Indiana. So, yeah, like Tim said, Larry Seiler developed this wilderness property and had always planned on the road becoming taken over by the county after the road was completed. He waited till all the lots were completed to finish the road. And he told me he was going to be here, but he had a worker get injured and had to work. So his wife, Donna, is here. And I've been talking with Chris. Is that? Yep. And they okayed her to be here to represent. And so Larry tells me that he used a surveyor named Jerry Teeters in 2006 to come to the meetings. And I've spoken with Jerry Teeters, and he confirmed all that. And he said that he sold his surveying company to another gentleman, and he believes that all those records that he has from those meetings are on computer files, and that they could be retrieved if he contacted the person who bought his company and had them do it. But he said that all those records should be available to the commissioner's court, and I think Chris has indicated that he has found some files indicating that Jerry Teeters did come in 2006 and had requested, specs for what the road would have to be taken over by the county. And I know Larry has told me that he put about $60,000 extra into the road so that it would meet county specs, so that, again, that would be taken over. And I know Larry mentioned to me that one of the big things that the county wanted was a rather wide turnaround at the end of our road, which is about 1,000 feet. And that was done, and we have a very wide turnaround. I know, like for snow plows and stuff, for them to go down a road and turn around can be problematic. So we have a very good wide, I don't know, what's the cul-de-sac is what the word I'm looking for here. So This all happened in 2006, so when we completed, we contacted the highway department. They said, we don't know what you're talking about. We've never heard any of this, which is understandable because this all happened in 2006 and it's, 2022. The commissioners have turned over, the county highway departments turned over. So nobody basically that was here in 2006 when Larry came and, got all this approved is around. So it's understandable that, people would not understand, know what's going on. And so I think that's what I have to say. Anything else, Tim, or?
No, I guess the ask is what would it take? And would the county be willing to assume that roadway that was under the original agreements back in 2006?
Is that area in an ETJ area by Waterloo or anything? How far is it outside of the city limits of Waterloo?
Waterloo, it's south of.
Or south of, not Waterloo, Auburn.
Chris.
Auburn. I got Waterloo on the brain, it's the highway department, I'm sorry, so,
We're right on the county
Wait.
line.
yeah.
You need to get to Mike before you start talking. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if that's significant. So actually, I don't know by design or by happenstance, but the actual road splits Grant and Union. What I understand, people on the south side of the road are Union, and we on the north are Grant too.
How was the, I think it's Diamond Lakes it's called there, my wife's grandfather's old property. How are those roads handled by the county?
They were done.
Chris, are your mic on?
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
They had performance and maintenance agreements in place that got the road built, approved by the county, and then accepted by the county. I cannot find anywhere in our files of performance or maintenance agreements between Larry and Donna and the county for Wilderness Court. I've told them that, it's ultimately up to the highway department and the commissioners if they want to accept the road. But on the back of your plat, I highlighted what that covenant reads. And it's that Wilderness Court's a private drive for this subdivision and is not intended to be used by the general public. The lot owners in this subdivision shall hold DeKalb County and its agents free and harmless from any maintenance, upkeep, or use of said private drive unless or until the road is accepted by DeKalb County as a public street. But like I said, we have nothing from that extends or puts together a performance or maintenance plan for this road. And Ben was out there and took pictures, and he can address the road itself. But that's ultimately up to you guys.
Can I just ask, what is in the files of, the meetings from 2006 when Larry came?
In the files has minutes from the meeting, the copies of the plat, and that's all that is really in the file. There's nothing in there as far as, what is it, word I'm looking for, the maintenance?
Performance bond,
Yeah,
maintenance
the
bond,
bonds, there you go.
specifications that was recommended or required, added to the plat, drawings of the road specifications, none of that is in there.
Those would have been on there had the road
Yes,
in
there's,
2006 been meant to, and none of us were obviously here in 2006 to know what the verbal agreements may have been between the county and Larry and Donna, except Donna, who's probably the only one that may remember. But there's nothing written that says the county is going to take this road once that last lot gets sold.
Yeah.
And so that if that would have been an agreement between the county, now we would have had something written and a maintenance bond, performance bond, when it was set to expire. Larry and Donna would have had to have renewed that maintenance or performance bond.
and the highway department would have been involved with road construction projects. Just like when the asphalt was finally laid, we would have went out and done an inspection of the roadway. Made recommendations for us to accept it, and none of that was ever done. There's still a substantial amount of work that needs done out there to even get to a county standard The roads have no shoulders on them, the slope's off, the drainage isn't correct. You know, I've got several pictures here. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. Right now, that road's a liability to the county with the edges the way it is. There's very severe drop-offs. So, there's,
Okay, wait. You need to come up to a microphone.
Paying attention.
Thank you.
He plans to finish the edges. The asphalt was put down by Pulver, and he wanted it to harden up. And then right now, it would probably be a muddy mess. So that will get done. That helps you.
you know, we require an NDOT spec mix. And Pulver is not an NDOT certified plant. We don't use them. Not to say their material's bad, but they've never got certified through NDOT. So they don't, that's why they never bid on any of the county projects.
Oh, really?
I do have a copy of our road specifications. We also require, for our road standards and urban or rural roads, that there be 20 or 11-foot driving lanes. Those are 10. So instead of a 22-foot wide roadway, it's 20 foot, which is, I mean, you could live with if you want to make an exception. The cul-de-sac's got a roughly a 50-foot radius, so it's it measures out 97 feet diameter. We require 4% slopes, 3-to-1 ditch slope. You can see out there, they're going to have to remove their ditches back to obtain that, especially around the cul-de-sacs. They've done a lot of tiling out there on the one side. You can see the pictures. We don't allow the tile in the ditch. The ditch is filled like that. The east side or the south side's pretty decent. The other side's not. That all goes to the back of the cul-de-sac. I know there's some flooding issues back there, used to be. All that water goes there. There's no outlets at all. I don't know where all that road drainage water is going to go. I haven't seen a drainage plan of it. It's unfortunate it was done that way. If the county was going to take it over, that, you know, we all could have worked together and possibly gotten to that point. But right now, it's kind of a big if. I don't know, you know, our road standard here, what it calls out for road base and compaction and asphalt, without going out and doing cores and things. We're never going to know that.
Yeah, there's no way to verify it without boring it.
Right. You know, in our subdivisions, when they come to us and want this to be taken over by the county, we're involved from day one. We're out there for the proof rolls. We would go out and we verify that. We go out and verify the sub-base treatment, the asphalt treatment, the drainage. And unfortunately, that was never done. I have no records of any of that for this edition, because my understanding was it was always to remain private. You know, and then I did notice that they paved it, but that's theirs. I mean, they got a right to pave it. So we never reached out.
What do you think, gentlemen?
May I ask one question? So we've talked a lot about what it's not, right? But what would it take to meet that last requirement until such time county recognizes it? So, I mean, I don't want to just focus on, obviously there were some agreements made back in 2006 that we weren't even involved in. So we're now at a crossroad, no pun there, but what is it going to take, right? So we're saying what it's not, okay, and the problems we have, and like you need coring and so on. But is there a potential solution we could work towards, and not wanting necessarily be the liaison between the commissioner's requirements or the county's requirements and the silers? Because ultimately, I feel it's the silers' responsibility to finish it according to whatever agreement, verbal or written. Obviously, written's not there, but he had an agreement back in 06 or 05 when he started this project. So what would it take to get there is what my question would be.
He had an agreement in 06.
I mean,
Jim, can you speak to that?
Was there
in terms of a verbal agreement?
Was there a written agreement or just verbal?
There's no written agreement.
Verbal.
Yeah,
And I know Larry said that Jerry Teeters is kind of the one that came and did it all. So Larry said he didn't really even come to the meetings, that Jerry kind of came to the meetings.
There's been so many of those, I don't, you know, I'd have to see something in writing.
Turned it on.
according to the highlighted section here, there is an agreement of sorts. What Chris has highlighted, and that is that it will not be taken over by the county. That's the only agreement I see.
If there was a verbal agreement, at the time, that, I mean, there's nothing that,
There's no, well, there's nothing obviously in the files.
Right.
And I have no independent recollection of it. I was a county attorney
Yeah.
back then, but I don't have any recollection for or against what they're saying. I don't challenge what they're saying.
Are these restrictive covenants in your HOA documents, the same ones that are on this, on
So there
this
is
plat?
there is no HOA.
There is no HOA?
No.
It's really nothing.
No,
That's just
because,
follow the
and what
deed.
I'm understanding is those, 5-6 paragraphs are just standard language that goes on every plat to begin with? Is that an accurate statement? Can somebody?
Except the
comment
the first three are, and if a road is to remain private, so we did this for Copper Ridge Estates, just, I can't remember last year, probably into 2021 or 2020. And it states on there the same, that it's a private road and the county will never maintain it as a private road. But the other, covenants and restrictions are on there per whatever Larry and Donna would have wanted to have, that, owners of the lot shall maintain a school bus access area and a shelter area for school students. I doubt that's even out there.
No. I didn't see
So, there's things on here that the covenants and restrictions are something that the property owners put on the plat that the Plan Commission does not have the ability to enforce. For instance, sometimes there's covenants and restrictions that make the setbacks less than what our standards are, or more than what the standards are. Plan Commission doesn't enforce that, and it's in the UDO that we do not enforce private covenants and restrictions. But, there's the, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th one down is about the size of the house being a minimum of 2,600 square feet for a 2-story. So there's things like that are not on regular plats now. For the 3-lot subdivision we just did for DA Brown was not,
So the
those type of things are something that I tell people they should put in their HOA versus being on a plat, because these plats typically, not to hurt anyone's feelings, but realtors typically do not give these subdivisions to property owners, as Mike can probably attest. And so property owners typically don't see these restrictive covenants on the plats. That's why I would rather them be part of an HOA document that's separate than the plat itself, that property owners would get at their time of purchase of the property.
We're up against the clock. I'll ask the fellow commissioners, do you want to take this under advisement with Ben and make it a determination later? Or you want to make a determination today?
well, I think we need to have some conversation with Ben. I mean, I think the short answer to your question is that if the county was going to take it over, it would have to meet highway department specifications before, and approved by Ben.
And Tim asked what the.
And Ben would have to want to take it over.
It basically have to be rebuilt, is my understanding. Do you agree, Ben?
The ditches and drainage, we'd have to have a drainage plan. We could require core samples of the road to see what's out there. Drainage is a big one. Then also our new ordinance calls for, we don't do winter maintenance in new subdivisions, so we wouldn't do winter maintenance in it. So that would still be on the landowners.
Yeah, yeah.
And honestly, that's the big advantage we see would be, snow plowing, and so forth.
Okay, let's
We don't
leave it
do
at
any
that
of
for
that.
now.
We don't do any snow plowing. When we meaning highway department for any new subdivisions, even if it's a public road. Any new subdivision does not get winter maintenance.
Now, and one question I have, and again,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
would the 2022 standards apply, or would the 2006 standards apply? Because, that's when this whole project was started.
It'd have to be the 2022.
Because of verbal agreement versus written is the problem. There's no one here to testify to that 2006 verbal, so we'd have to go with what's written, unfortunately.
And so there'd be nothing in the court minutes back from 05, 06.
Minutes back then were not as detailed.
Possibly, but
And the recording devices aren't even the same as what they are now to have We don't even have MP3s or whatever, digital copies of those minutes. It's just the written minutes.
Look them up and see, or you're
Yeah,
more than welcome to
I've
look
got
them up and
copies.
see. Yeah,
But there's nothing in there.
there's nothing in them though. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Let's talk about it and get with them.
Yeah,
So,
we'll get back with you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Considering this, we appreciate it. Yep.
Okay, solar/abatement.
Andrew Provines. $3920 County Road 75, Butler, Indiana. How's it going?
Good.
So I don't have, I mostly have just questions, and I'm sending exactly what I want to discuss each week as requested to Susan. If you guys need more detail for each thing going forward, let me know. I didn't put a lot of detail, but I also am not asking for a lot of full responses or anything today. But if you guys need more detail per week, just let me know. I can provide as much as you guys want, so you guys have time to think it over, so we can get, quick, good answers. So
Okay.
let me know. Mostly asking for updates, like, what's been done, and I know it's only been a week, but what's been done as far as thoughts on special sessions, a moratorium, the legal issue of putting in a moratorium, just kind of where we're at, just so everybody, just so we're aware of where you guys are at and what you're working on.
Jim has not given me an answer yet on the moratorium. He was supposed to be in contact with the advisor and get back to me. Hopefully he'll have something today. I've not asked the question yet of
Okay.
Jim. So when he comes back in the room, we could ask.
Okay,
We could
I'm
ask
good with
and
that.
See where that's at.
What about as far as Todd, you had mentioned special sessions to start working on this or figuring out what we can do.
Haven't set anything up yet, waiting for a definitive path to take.
Okay.
And I'd like to hear from Jim too on the probability of a moratorium being acceptable and because that works into this completely.
Mhm.
You're gonna change the ordinance, that's gonna take some time, and a moratorium would probably need to be in place while we work on that.
Right, to give us that time.
That, if we do it, yeah.
Yeah. I have a couple questions just about the submission process. And Mike, you were right. The commissioners do not have control over the plan, final say, cutting that off. It gets a little confusing due to the way it's nested inside of the ordinance. So as I now understand it, there are multiple parts of a solar overlay. So some of the questions we've had is what order these things go in, how they're submitted. So we're wondering, we want to get that fully understood. Someone had said, well, they can submit the overlay, they can submit their plan at the same time. That's been said back and forth, but it's never been kind of a succinct, here's exactly how this process works. So we just kind of want to know how it works. And based on the ordinance, after rereading it, after, Mike, you had made your comments, which they were right. It sounds to me like there's 4 or 5 constituent parts to a solar overlay. So they submit their solar overlay. Then the plan committee or the plan commission can say, this is favorable, not favorable, or no comment, So that's one part. And in the way it's nested, I just want to make sure that that's to do the solar overlay, there's multiple pieces that have to go into that. So that would be one. Then the commissioners would have the ability to accept, reject, or send back for a redo. Not the plan itself, but the solar overlay itself. Okay. And then the plan, obviously there's the plan, and that has to be fully approved, by zoning, Chris Gaumer, that whole team of people. And that all goes into the overlay. Would that be correct? All those pieces are constituent parts that have to come together for a solar overlay.
I think so. I think that's generally correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Is that generally correct? I mean, I know there's more detail to it, but
A lot more detail.
yeah.
Generally, yes. So how we set it up was so a solar company my perfect world, what would happen is a solar company would come in and submit a drawing of their acreage that is going to be part of the overlay district. That would come to the Plan Commission, get a favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation to the county commissioners.
Okay.
Then it would come to the county commissioners, similar to a rezone, for the commissioners to approve or deny that being part of the overlay. That's one public hearing. Second public hearing would be the development plan that is held at just the Plan Commission level that details out where the panels are going to go. We get copies of the, or affidavits from property owners that that their property is part of the overlay, decommissioning plan, EDA agreements, traffic usage, landscaping, all those things go into the development plan that then the Plan Commission approves. What I'm seeing is that they are doing it all together as one, where it's still two separate public hearings, but it's held at one meeting, that the overlay would get a recommendation. It's the one public hearing is the overlay getting a recommendation to the county commissioners, and then the development plan at that same meeting. We would put a condition on that development plan that if the commissioners would deny the overlay, then the development plan is obviously null and void too.
Okay. So that's
kind of
what I
the
wondered. I
process.
just wondered if those components were all kind of, anything under the overlay, that's the top level. Like the overlay is the top level, and then all those pieces are underneath and have to be, okay. That's exactly, I don't read these things for a living, so I struggle with them sometimes. So, I just wanted to give you guys some materials. I don't actually expect answers back on these things. I just want to hand out some things. And the reason is we go through and we kind of look at some of the solar companies' maps they've provided. They're just not kind of up to date, or they have all their setbacks set at 250 to 300 foot from properties. So we kind of went out and put together our own ones. So these ones actually, just so you know what I'm giving you, and I'm sorry there's a little bit of handwriting on it because apparently I don't know how to print things. But the first one of these is basically what it would be today. The 400 foot from foundation with then compared to a 200 foot from property. The next one would be a 400 foot foundation like we have now compared to a 600 foot foundation and like a 200 foot property. Next one would be like what we have today, 400 foot from foundation, and then a 400 foot from property only. So it's just options, and it's interesting because as I'm mapping this out, and Google Earth Pro is an absolutely fantastic free tool. But as I'm mapping this out, both solar companies have come in and said, okay, so we've garnered, in the case of Thalassa, we've garnered 1,200 acres. We're going to utilize 600 of that. And EDF, and these are EDF. I don't have the Thalassa ones done yet, but this is EDF. But EDF has said we have 1,800 acres, and we're going to use 900 of that. So, obviously there's different things like wetlands and all that kind of good stuff. But in every single one of these scenarios, with extra, setbacks and extra protection for the adjoining properties, we always end up above that 900 acres. Like we never dip below it, even with 400 foot. All right, where am I at? So that was just, take a look. I mean, it's kind of interesting as you start to map these things out and see, there's, even with the further setbacks I have on that, which would be a lot of protection for the property owner adjacent, we're still above what they say they're going to use for land usage.
Well, there are a lot of other things you have to take into consideration laying those out. There's drain easements and all kinds of other things that take big chunks out.
I completely agree. Wetlands, drainage, woods, that kind of things. We can map it all out. I'm just saying, as you start to kind of play with the land, you see that we could probably protect our citizens pretty well. So it's just thoughts. Give it a look. It's one of those. Was that a?
And if you look at Thalassa's, the one that they submitted, I mean, the way that's laid out, that 635 acres out of the 1,205 setbacks should be pretty easily managed. And I think if you look at their development plan, they probably are pretty favorable. So,
Can I look at the development plan?
no.
No. Well, I can't. but I will. We'll get there. We'll get there and I'll be able to look at it. I will point this out because you brought up Thalassa's maps. I went to the event, the Thalassa event, and talked to them a bunch, and they showed us, they had all their maps with their setbacks. Like I said, none of their setbacks were actually set at 400 foot from foundation. They're assuming everybody will do a good neighbor agreement. And I asked them specifically, I said, so in order for, if will you help us? Will you work with us? Will you give us good setbacks? What if we want an extra 50 foot? Yeah, we'll work with you. We'll work with you. We will definitely do this. And I said, well, what does it take to get me that? Are you going to work with me? What does it take for me to get that? And they said, you have to sign our good neighbor agreement. I said, so if I don't sign the good neighbor agreement, you're not going to work with me. And they said, you have to sign it if you want us to work with you. The good neighbor agreement has verbiage in there that states basically, you're never going to come after us. You're not going to sue us. You can't speak badly about us. It even goes so far as to call out, if you go to sell your house, you need to make sure the next owner, the person who's going to purchase it, is aware that they are actually legally bound to this as well. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how far that goes, but it literally says, verbiage that says you need to make them aware if they purchase your property and you've signed the good neighbor agreement, it transfers to them. So I just want to put that out there, just make note of it. Question for you. Where are we at on legality of moratorium? Sorry, question to Jim. Sorry, not you.
No, I respond to questions from the commissioners, and if they want me to address it, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, if you would, we'd be happy to have you speak to that.
I do not have the expertise to weigh in on that. I have communicated with the attorney who Mike was responsible for getting for us. He's a very good attorney, okay? And I talked to him last week. We made an agreement. He needed more. He does solar, but he doesn't do zoning and things of that nature. So he wanted to get one of his other partners that does zoning, and the two of them were going to engage in a conference call with me. I dictated, this is all as of like Friday, so I dictated a letter early this morning before I came here that's going to go to that attorney today with my availability the rest of this week. And I had pretty good availability.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be a problem if they
We appreciate that.
But they're supposed to get back to me, and then I will report back to the commissioners once
Okay.
I've talked to them.
I'm sorry, I know my time's almost up. I have one last question, and it's Mike, you said you were working on stuff with like Randolph County and other counties. Where are we at on possibly sharing some of that information?
I've got pages of stuff compiled that I'm happy to, put a summary together of what I've gotten from the other commissioners,
Okay.
And
Yeah, if that could be shared, we would appreciate it. We weren't sure if we were going to get that, so we started calling other counties. We called Randolph, we talked to them. They gave us their information on how big their projects were, how many megawatts it's putting out, what their economic development packages were. Something that they made note was the assessor was fantastic, and he's like, if you guys are walking into this, make sure that your assessor is in this from the beginning. He said it is a nightmare for the assessor. The assessor needs to keep all the landowners apprised of what they are going to owe so that they can make the proper payments, request the proper payments. So just in the interest of that, that's some information we have garnered. We're calling all the other counties just to find out.
Gotten plenty of information.
And that's
from real live commissioners who have gone
yeah.
through this.
And that's what we'd love to hear that too, because if it's, a win, we want to hear it. If it's not, we just want to know what we're going to deal with.
In fact,
things to keep in consideration as we move into this. So, I do have, I'll throw this out. This is the last piece I was just going to give. This is Randolph County's economic development payment schedule. Two different projects, 100 megawatts for one and 200, I believe, for the other. Don't quote me, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So we're talking about 1,000 acres and 2,000 acres. If it holds with what we have in this county, it would actually be 2,000 acres and 4,000 acres because they're using half the land, so that's around 6,000 acres. So this would be reflective of what I think. I will check this 100%,
Those are,
But this would be, this would basically represent what we're going to have in this county and the economic development payments they have for that amount of land.
already have those sheets. Everybody's already gotten the Randolph County debating. Well, that's fine. But the Randolph County acres are gross acres, not net acres. So it wouldn't be double what they're talking about.
That's all I've got. Sorry I went over. I appreciate the time, guys.
All right, we started you a little bit late.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Zoning amendment.
Well, I won't get a chance to speak, is that correct? I had time set up with Susan, and now I'm being shut down again. I was shut down short last week. I'm being shut down.
Well, you guys need to work together to allot your
My
time.
point here, Todd, is I'm not affiliated with him. I should not be forced to
Oh, okay.
coordinate with him to talk. I had time on the schedule.
Did you?
I did, yes, sir.
Did he have time on the schedule?
No, I told them, both of them, that at
So
whatever
I
time
thought
we
you
started.
said we were combining
At
the time.
9:30, that there was a 15-minute slot for solar abatement.
You
and
went
that it
over
was
5 minutes, and then you had a long discussion today with Andrew, right? You're shutting me down.
You only need what? He says he only needs 5 minutes. Do you want
This
to?
is going to take 5 minutes if you want to allow me.
That, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
But I would like for you guys to work together though, and the reason, and here's why, the reason being, we don't have to allow anything in normal meeting, special
Yeah.
hearings, we do.
Yeah.
So if you guys could work together, it would sure help us.
Public hearings we do.
That's what I'm saying, in normal commissioner meeting,
Public
we don't.
meetings. We
Yeah,
don't.
so-
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah.
Because
okay.
that going forward, because you guys, even though you say you're not in the
We're
same
not.
group.
We're not affiliated.
You're after the same goal is what I'm saying, so kind of, so we'd
Yeah.
like to combine them.
Last week, okay, I'm going to go
And so
ahead.
you guys need to work together.
Yeah.
And part of the
Larry
issue is
Williams, you need my address, Susan,
Please,
2418 Woodland Trail, Auburn.
thank you.
I want to talk about the UFLPA. That is the law, the federal law banning importation of solar panels and equipment that have slave labor content from the Uyghur region of China. The question I have essentially is, have DeKalb County Commissioners and the Economic Development Partnership members, do they have a method of ensuring that the panels that are brought into the county and do not contain slave labor content from China? Extensive evidence, and this is from the Breakthrough Institute, extensive evidence of government organized forced labor programs and numerous other crimes against humanity in the Uyghur region of China has come to light. Yet downstream solar photovoltaic companies remain hesitant to quickly and fully distance themselves from low-cost suppliers with operations in the regions. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said that the Biden administration's green agenda empowers United States enemies like Communist China. Pompeo said Biden told summit attendees in Egypt recently that the Inflation Reduction Act is the biggest, most important climate bill in the history of the country. The law's $369 billion handout to Democrat-aligned activists and groups will only continue to make everything more expensive for American families. I'm reading from
Read that article.
okay. A sizable portion of the law's handout will go toward solar energy, despite the administration being well aware that the Chinese manufacturers dominate 80% of the market for solar panels and that many of them have ties to forced labor in Xinjiang, that region of China. Top Biden officials have expressed dismay that prioritizing human life in Xinjiang would undermine their efforts on climate change. Let that sink in. They're concerned that prioritizing human life would undermine the efforts on climate change. Pompeo urged House Republicans to ensure that the UFLPA takes priority and not Biden's green agenda. This is part of the solar debate, despite the comments last week that it may not be. Congress made it illegal to install slave labor solar content. Ultimately, all politics are local. We need stringent solar panel slave labor content control at the county level, in my opinion. And I've talked to Ben Smaltz about this, and we had a good conversation. I won't go much further than that, but I will say that he is interested in this topic as well. Really, that's all I have to say. Do you have any questions?
Not really any questions. I agree with you 100% on the Uyghur situation. It's horrible what they're doing to those people.
Right.
However, Nike does it. Foxconn pays their employees $3 a day to work 12-hour shifts in a building where they don't let them go to the bathroom. So we could cut off everyone, we really are, your phone in your pocket, your shoes you're wearing, that shirt you're wearing, all slave labor.
My wife had a great response to that
I'm
concern.
not saying it's right.
She's saying two wrongs don't make a right.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm just telling you, the problem's bigger
Yeah.
than we know.
Yeah, well, it is. It's a big problem, but we know here. We know
Yeah.
about it, right?
Also, though, we can control.
Yeah, you can. Quit buying their crap. Especially their overpriced crap. But anyway,
Quit buying, yeah, okay.
thank you for that information.
That's all. Thank you.
All right.
Well, now you got
Okay.
5 minutes.
Hey, you got your 5 minutes, roll.
It'll be quick, I promise. This one's easy. We have a
Vote
zone
yes.
map amendment, sorry?
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. For 4635 County Road 45 in Auburn, a zone map amendment from institutional to agricultural. It's just less than an acre at 0.96 acres. It was used as the Assembly of Hope Church, previously the Full Gospel Revival Center in 1975. Transferred ownership in July of 2004, and the current petitioner, Eric Weimer, purchased the property in September of 2011. Sometime between July of 2004 and September of 2011, the property was converted from a church to a home.
Right.
We have no records in our permitting of any sort of remodels or any change of use. So, and previously to 2009, when our zoning ordinance changed, we had an institutional zoning use. So it was institutional. They just carried that over in 2009. I don't blame them because they just didn't know that it was
Sure.
the change of use from a church to a single-family home. The current property owner is trying to get a home equity loan and can't get that currently with the property being zoned institutional. Furthermore, it means that if they would ever want to do an addition for a single-family home, add a shed, add a pool, any of that stuff, it all falls under the single-family home use. They wouldn't be able to do that currently under the institutional use.
Couldn't rebuild.
I'm sorry?
Couldn't rebuild.
Couldn't rebuild, right, couldn't even rebuild. As you can see, page 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the aerials, the existing zoning. The future land use map is mixed agricultural, rural, residential. And then the page 5 shows the proposed zoning of just going to agricultural. Plan Commission did hear this on December 6th with a 8-0 favorable recommendation to the county commissioners. In the staff report, it does show just those permitted uses in the A2 and the I1, or sorry, institutional zoning districts. But if you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
They're not intending on doing any large-scale daycare or anything there that
Not
you
that
know
I'm
of,
aware
are
of.
you? That'd
No.
be my only concern
No.
is busy, road and converting it.
So this was converted to a single-family home, and I believe it's a single-family home
It is.
use
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. This will make,
Okay.
yeah. And they're within their right to run a small business of some sorts, but I didn't know if ag is, because they're going to ag, not residential.
Right.
I didn't know how that limits them as far as what they can do.
So we have a home-based business use that allows for, if they would say, like, let's say, I just signed one the other day for one up in Hamilton. A girl wants to have 3 to 5 kids as a daycare. It's not going to change the use of the property. There's not going to be extensive traffic generated. She's not doing any signage or anything like that. So we have a home-based business permit that allows for those type of uses. But if it would be something like, 10 kids from 8 to noon and 10 kids from noon to 4 or 5, that could change how that property gets used as far as traffic in and out and things like that. So we would look at that a little bit differently. But I've not heard anything for this.
Okay.
I don't
They're
believe
just doing so
there's
they can
anything she's
secure
planned.
home equity loan and.
Yeah,
Right, that's what it sounds like.
Which makes sense. And the surrounding land use is
Yeah.
ag and residential,
Right.
so I have no problem with it.
I just have a question. The
Yes.
2-acre minimum for subdivision, does that conflict with this, or is this grandfathered in, or what's?
Because was built back in 1975, they didn't have to go through any sort of subdivisions or approvals, and it was probably the only structure, as you can see, D acres
Oh, yeah.
to the north. And then there's a house to the west, but there really isn't anything surrounding there. So it was probably the first thing that was built on
Right.
somebody's farm ground, and then the farmer split off whatever they
Yeah.
needed at the time, which happened to be 0.96 acres.
And I understand
But to
that,
answer your
but I didn't know
question
if
is no,
if
there's
the
no.
rezoning was going to.
No, rezonings don't have anything to do with the acreage minimum. Now, if they would want to add on acreage, or if they would, let's say, split off, they wouldn't even be able to. But
No. Can they add on to that facility?
they could add on probably about 20 or 30 feet to the east.
East.
Yeah, but nothing further south and really nothing further west.
Not without a
Or
septic
even
permit,
further
though.
north.
They
Yeah.
would have to get a new septic permit if they added onto the property.
And probably a
that-
new septic permit,
and They're
yeah.
gonna say, no way, not with .97. That's up to them, though. That's our opinion.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
them in the health department.
Yeah,
Thank
them-
God.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that
No,
battle.
no.
I'll move to approve the rezoning request on petition 22-45.
And second,
A motion and second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chris.
yeah,
Okay.
Okay, reminder to turn your mics off because I'm not stopping live feed for break.
Okay, let's take a break. Turn the mics off. Take the ears out. Is it my turn?
I'll get you a copy of this.
have a boring day so far. You don't have anything to do, do you?
Staff hearing, Garva Hall, December. Oh, is that today?
Somebody must have on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, if I had one,
We're on.
We're on.
I'd be tickled.
We're on. Everybody's dialed back in.
10:15, time for band.
Yep. Okay, Ben, what you got today?
I don't know. I gotta look. Got me all flustered this morning. Got my schedule off. I had to get around, come up here. Forgot stuff. Had to have Jody printed off. It's a good night. Let's see here. One thing, I got a question for you guys. I've got a overweight permit request. He sent this Friday. He wants it for tomorrow. I have not drafted it up yet. It is for Reliable Permit Solutions. They're bringing some type, I understand, a refrigerant box. They're coming down 427. They want to take our County Road 16 across the State Road 1 back up to 6 into Ohio. I've requested them to stay on the state roads, asked them if they could, and for whatever reason, they want to take our County Road 16 across. I don't know if the state's given them. I haven't gotten an answer back where the state has given them a denial for whatever reason, but the state roads is definitely more built for them heavier loads and preferably them a better route.
And they want this today?
They want it for tomorrow, which if they don't get it, I'm
Okay.
sorry, but, he sent me the specs, axles, weights. I asked for insurance. There's no bridges on that corridor. The small structures should be fine. I guess I'm asking you guys if I don't see any issues with this crossing our County Road 16, are you okay with me permitting them? Or would you like me to draft the permit and bring it back to you next Monday?
I'm good with it if you're good with it. And no bridges, right?
Not through there, no, because originally they wanted to go up 61, which is Basket Factory, and there is a bridge. I told them they'd have to have that bridge have weight analysis done on it. Well, then they changed their route to take 16 to 1. Well, if they're coming 427, I don't know why they can't get on 1 and Hamilton 427 and bring 1 around. I don't understand. And I asked for if the state denied it, and I haven't gotten an answer. So I want to hit that a little bit more. I'm a little bit reluctant to permit all of our county roads just for passing through. If there's a delivery out in a rural area,
No.
there's other alternatives. And the state's got way better roads than we got, and they deny it. I don't understand that. So then they come back on us. 427 and 6 and 1's a way better road than our County Road 16 is.
So why do they want to use 16?
I haven't gotten an answer back.
So they're just going through?
They're going to Ohio.
So 16 runs east and west then?
Right.
Yep. It ties
Even
state
numbers,
road.
right, yeah.
And it's a nice road. It's not that it's a bad road. It's just, it's not a state road.
Where's was 16 in relation to 6?
It's probably 5 miles north.
5 miles north. And where are they coming out of, do you know?
You just say he's coming from the north on 427 heading south.
Why wouldn't you use 6?
Well, they are once they get to Butler, but why he won't take 427
That's what
on
I'm
up to
saying.
6?
427 to 6 seems like the route to take.
I know it.
Wide road,
It's a little longer.
5 miles further.
Yeah,
But
it's longer.
but wouldn't that make more sense?
It would, but yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I thought this was a local delivery. He's
No,
just going
that's
through.
what I'm saying.
I think they should take the highways.
There's times I didn't see anything for their weights and widths to why the state would restrict them. And I've asked for that explanation and I haven't gotten it. He just emailed me back, said customer now wants to take 16 between 427 State Road 1.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
You got the authority to say no if the commissioners will back it, right?
This is one that I think that, since they're not delivering locally and just going, there's a better roads to travel on a heavy truck than a country road. 16's a good road, like you said, but why subject it to that if we're not benefiting anything?
Nothing.
And we have better roads for trucks.
Yeah.
Unless he can send me the denial from the state, but like I said, the state's roads is a lot more safer, better built than any of our rural county roads.
I think we should stick to that, unless he's got an overweight problem on one of their bridges or something.
I haven't gotten that answer. That's why I was asking you guys, because like I said, I'm kind of reluctant to do that because
There's better options.
there is, and I mean, our roads, I mean, we're trying to maintain what we got and keep them nice, and we're not making no money off these permits, and money's not everything, but yet it's our infrastructure.
Not everything, but I'd like to see you live without it.
Yep, you're exactly right. I don't disagree.
What do you think, guys? I think that they should take the highways.
I mean, that makes the most sense. I would defer to Ben if he gets some more information. And,
Yeah.
And you decide what, I certainly don't feel bad if you turn them down, if there's no compelling information coming that would say they need to use 16.
I agree.
So,
If you guys agree with
that's why
that,
you
I
get the
agree
big
with you.
bucks.
Yeah, I think, I agree. I agree with that. Need more information, and that's is a valid reason for using 16, why should we?
Yeah, 5
allow
miles
that?
is another gallon of diesel fuel, you know.
Yeah,
Not like we're adding 75 miles to the trip.
that's a minor expense.
I think we need more info why they want to use that, and did they get turned down by the state, and why?
Yeah, I can't imagine that they'd be turned down.
Some have, but, you know, I don't remember the height of that. I know the only other thing that they've gotten dinged on is the bridge at 61 on 6 for height. But
Yeah, but what's the height of this? Got to be height
Don't
13
remember. I'd
or
have to-
14, don't it?
I've got it because it's our bridge. I've got the height of it, but I don't remember.
Is that that is our bridge, isn't it?
So you're wanting him to get more information and come back next week, or more information and make a determination?
I would say more information and let Ben make the determination, but I think you need to dig.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold them up if they truly do
If they
need
want it tomorrow, they need to get it to him today.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to see if you guys was on board with that, so.
Yep.
Okay. The other thing I just wanted to follow up on to make sure that we are good, everything got sent to NIPSCO for the gas contract. And then I know Susan, I seen the email, she's gonna follow up with the claim. I just wanted to make sure Jim got the contract sent back and.
I sent
didn't-
them.
You sent the
I
contract?
sent
in?
all of them.
She took care of it because she had the signed one.
Okay. I just want to make sure we didn't drop nowhere, miss anything.
Yeah, we got till 22nd to make sure this is wrapped up.
Right, right. I just wanted to follow up.
And were we satisfied with the size of the line was going to be good enough for?
That's ultimately up to NIPSCO to size.
Okay.
They have all the requirements of what we're gonna need.
Okay.
And if they
So
want to
NIPSCO
run
knows.
Right, right. I'm assuming they're gonna oversize it to our needs because they want to go on if they need to.
Does the green elevator down the road use propane or natural gas to dry with there?
Natural gas goes down County Road 28.
So there is natural gas all the way to that elevator, but it just didn't go that route to get there.
It's on the south side of the railroad track.
South side. They'll say that would be a benefit to them to be on natural gas instead of propane if,
Yeah.
Now,
but it's already there.
Whether they're on it or not, I don't know, but I know natural gas is out there.
I bet
Yeah,
they are.
they're on natural.
Yeah.
They sell propane, but they're on
They're
natural.
on natural, okay. All right.
Unless they could wholesale propane cheap. Of course, county gives them an option
Yeah, that's true.
because they could wholesale the propane. But their natural gas rate is probably
Okay.
decent.
And then the other thing, I just didn't know if you guys wanted any discussion for Bridge 73 on County Road 68 from the emails that was sent out. Or if you just want to read through it and follow back up with me via email.
That's the horse. Yeah.
My opinion's very clear on this, that if the bridge was inspected yearly, it's 2 standards for vehicle traffic, we have no liability on that.
It's every 2 years, but your point is well taken.
Yeah, I shouldn't say we have no liability because it's whatever a judge says, but I just, you know, especially if they knew that that was a problem for horses before, and they still trot across it at, you know, trotting speed instead of walking them across. You know, if you know there's a hazard, and that hazard is not a hazard to vehicle traffic or foot traffic, it's a hazard to horse traffic. And
All within design standards.
it's within design standards. What I'm saying is, we can't we can't handle every contingency, you know?
I would suggest that we put a sign up in the future to walk horses across, or mandate it pursuant to a commissioner motion or resolution. Because that would not, if this person ended up suing us, remedial action you take after the fact is not discoverable in a lawsuit. And otherwise, I'd say, well, it would have a chilling effect, and I don't know.
That was my next question, is that, would you like me to post it? You know, I can put a sign up that says, open bridge joints ahead, walk horses across bridge. I could put one on each side of that bridge. You know, I have horses. They're a smart animal. If you're running them, you know, they got their blinders on. They're not as particular where they step. If they're walking, I'm about guaranteed they'd step over that joint. You know, not to say they would, but I'd say 95% of the time they would.
But like I said, we just spent $750,000 on a covered bridge that they want to use. And now they're saying, well, that spooks some of the horses, the covered bridge, so they don't want to use it. And I'm like, you can't win either way.
Yeah.
Spooked or break your leg, you know?
I mean, I want our stuff as safe as we can make it, guys. I just, you know, you see the remedies for the fixes in here, and they're quite substantially in cost.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
And then some of them are create a maintenance issue for us.
Right.
You know, on the cheap alternatives. So
Yeah, Ben talked about putting steel plates down to cover the problem is then they stick up, the tow truck, or the plow truck hits them.
Bang.
And then, or someone cuts himself on it if it gets damaged by a plow truck. Imagine if someone, it's just, I'd say when we go to redo that bridge decking, we maybe, you know, in 10, 20 years, whatever it is, relook at it then and say, okay, how do we make these expansion joints not as, you know, different design, I assume.
And they do use different designs now, but you know, this bridge was designed in 2001, built in 2003.
Right.
You know, and there's the NDOT spec, I've got it here. It was all built within specs. You know, it's got a 3 3/8 gap.
Yeah.
Each end, and 3 5/8.
Yeah.
But when that's within the spec.
County Road 68, Susan, Bridge 73. So,
Nowadays, they have the finger expansions
Yeah.
Yeah.
that have no gap would probably be a better solution for that bridge, but there again, let's go pay for it.
you know, that bridge is 354 feet long.
That's a big bridge.
Well, is it really? I didn't realize that long.
Sounds like posting it might be the prudent thing to do,
What is, Mike?
posting it to
Posting it.
walk the horses.
I'm not against that.
I'm not.
I hate
I
to
mean,
put a sign up for common sense stuff, but it seems like what you have to do in the world anymore. But
Well, you have to put signs on your toaster, don't use it in a bathtub. so-
yeah. Now GFI's took care of that. You can do that now.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk about what the insurance adjuster recommended?
I'd rather not
I
have
don't
that
think,
discussion.
I don't think it's warranted. I mean, we pretty much,
Well, do you want him to say no if she calls up and inquires?
My suggestion is we just let it go. And
It's a no.
it's a no.
Yeah.
I know what the adjuster stated, and I disagree 100%.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with that. I just brought it up so Ben would have direction.
Yeah, yeah.
It's on the record.
That's good thinking.
Yeah.
okay. So I will get some signs ordered, I'll get it posted.
Might get a sign that says to, you know, bridge rails are low, tie your horse to the, doesn't jump over, what else can we do to make sure those?
Well, you know, the other thing is too, is that if you read in that email from Mike O that was sent out, this is an SS joint, and they've used this practice for years. And it says right here, we have not heard of any horse issues as you have experienced. So we feel this is a very isolated and low probability of an occurrence.
Right.
That's from bridge engineers.
Yet though the gentleman that had the issues claims that they've had another issue on the bridge. So he was aware that this could be a problem. He needed to walk the horse.
I'm aware of 2 in 4 years.
And I feel for him. No one wants a horse to get hurt. I mean, you know, but let's face it, we build bridges. 99.999% of that traffic is trucks and cars, and they're built for that standard. We
You know,
can't,
there's an alternative there too. I mean, even with the covered bridge, if your horse is a little nervous, you should be able to walk your horse across either bridge.
yeah,
You know,
they'll follow you then
Yeah.
and watch their steps too, like you said.
And if they have to get out and lead him across, you know, which would probably help, I would think.
It beats breaking a horse's leg.
Yeah, 'cause that's an awful thing. You gotta put the horse down if it breaks.
Yeah, I felt, I mean, I'll be honest, that upsets me. I don't
Oh,
want
yeah.
no animals.
I don't
I'm an
like-
animal lover and they're just, I mean, if there was really an issue with the bridge,
Sure, we'd fix it.
but it's all within spec and then the correct fix is $1 million. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause you have to redeck it.
That's the entire community crossings grant.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and Mike, you guys got that copy email
Yeah.
from Mike explaining all that.
I read it.
I really appreciate his insight on that, and like I said, if there was a simple, easy fix, I was gonna be right on top of it, but there's just not a, and that's what we discovered the last time we looked into this 3-4 years ago when this happened, we thought it was a very isolated incident. And obviously it was, I've only known one other one, but there's just no solution for that, and they stated at the time the covered bridge was closed, they always went that way.
Yeah.
And now the covered bridge is open, it's been open for 2 years.
Right.
It's been 2
Right.
years.
Yeah.
Yep, almost.
Crazy.
Yep. So, that's all I had for you guys, I think, today. So, other than the email I sent out last week, we was awarded $1 million.
Yeah.
Community crossings, hooray.
Yes,
So
thank you. Good
that's
job.
a good thing.
Could I be getting a DocuSign on that?
I sent back to them verifying that it was you to sign, and then the contract, they should send me the contract via a PDF file, and then I'll go through that and verify the roads, the quantities. I'll get with Jim, if you want me to have Jim review it. I don't think the contract has changed, but I just need to verify the start and stop date and limits, and then I will let you know. Because you're gonna get that DocuSign, just wait until I verified it before you sign it.
Okay, make sure you verify it.
Right. I don't know if you want to make a motion today that it's okay that you sign that DocuSign when we get it, because you're going to probably ought to have a motion in the meeting for this next round of community crossings, once the contract's reviewed by me, or if you want Jim to review it, that you, in case it comes during over the holidays or something, we can get that locked in and then
Yeah.
get started with our bidding process.
Let's pass it contingent. We got a little time. Let's go ahead and do that.
I'd make a motion to President to sign the community crossing grant after review.
Contract.
I will certainly second that.
We have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Motion carries.
And somehow I will need a copy of
I'll get it to you.
all of it.
I won't get you the signed copy right away, but I'll get you because it's DocuSign. So Bill will sign it, it'll go to the state. Eventually, I will get the signed contract back. But it'll be a little bit, but I'll send you the PDF one.
Every DocuSign I've ever done, they immediately send you an email with your copy, probably a little different with the state, huh?
Because what happens, we'll sign it, and then it goes down for the Governor McGinnis to sign, and
Oh,
Kathy
okay.
McCallum, and everybody at NDOT, and
Well,
then
we'll get it, he would get a copy of just his signature.
Okay, all right,
he may, yeah, I don't get that.
okay.
Yeah, it's changed the last few years. NDOT's trying to go digital on a lot of things now, so,
Sure.
yeah. But you guys have
Sometimes
anything
it's
else?
good, sometimes it's not so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Depends.
Do you have that amount by chance?
The CCMG amount, we got awarded $1 million.
$1 million even?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we got the max.
thank you.
I won't know the rest of it. I can give you my estimated amount.
No, that's
but-
okay. That's what I was looking for. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, we was awarded $1 million. So it will be a,
1,000 last year, or was it 1 million last year too?
it was just under,
Yeah, it was 900 and some thousand, wasn't
I
it?
think so. I don't remember. Yeah, because the projects I submitted was just under $1 million, and actually we saved it. They come in under bid a little bit under that, so we set a little bit back. but-
Okay, good.
Yeah, but it's easier to do that and then have to come up with more out of our own.
Oh, that makes sense. And we're able to send some back.
Yeah, so I'll work on getting the bid docs around for this one, and probably right after the first of the year, we'll send them out for bid.
Great.
And just a reminder, Susan, next Monday bids are due, annual bids, so we'll have bid opening next Monday.
Okay, that's for fuel and other,
All of our annual materials, and
yeah, yeah.
so might want to give me just a little extra time on Monday.
Well, I was gonna say
We don't have much extra time.
we don't have a lot of extra time. It's just gonna be what it is.
Okay, because I have to open up all those in here, and
I know.
What time do you have him scheduled?
bids are due by 10. I think
have
I'm on
him-
10:30 or 10:15.
Or later.
See what diesel fuel bid comes in at.
No, Auburn's bid was down.
I have him
previous-
at 10:15, and then the solar discussion, if you allow it, is scheduled for 10:45 again.
What if we switch that around and put him on the end? We have to, we could jump over after lunch, come back.
Fine, however you want to do it.
Do that,
You
Susan?
need more than a half hour?
Depends on how many bids I get.
Well, that's true.
There's quite a few already.
Oh, we
Is
only
there-
got like 6 or 7 last time.
Oh, no, you get a lot more than that.
Oh,
Why don't we put him on the tail end?
Oh, that's right, because this is the bike.
Put Ben on the end?
Bituminous and
put him on the tail end
fuel
of
and
the
everything, not
agenda.
just fuel. Okay.
Well,
We've got-
we can't do that. We have a insurance
Insurance.
presentation at 11:30.
I think it was advertised that bids would be open at 10:30, if I remember right, so we need to
bet he
open
can
bids.
At 10:30? Okay.
I bet you can get through it. We'll just,
Well, we can open them, if we have to come back after lunch.
I
we
can
could
try
award
and
them After
move-
lunch.
The solar abatement thing,
You can change it or take it out.
if you,
No, if you
either.
guys are okay with it, the last several years, I've just opened the bid, announced who bid it, and if they bid on items 6, 7, 8, I don't go through the bids. That goes relatively pretty quick, unless someone in the audience or you guys have a question. I can go through that and hit them pretty quick. Really, the only one that we might discuss would be the fuel bids, if we feel that they're low enough that we can review that. And then if it's, everything's there, we can accept that bid that day. It's in our bids worded that way. That'd be the only one that might take just a little extra time that I'd be interested in awarding and looking at. The other ones, we should be able to go through it relatively pretty quick.
Okay.
Just a personal 2 cents worth, I don't think it would be unreasonable to take the solar discussion out for next week and get this stuff taken care of. We've been more than fair with giving those folks the time that they've asked for and listening to them. And,
I don't think,
you know, we do have other work to do.
Yeah.
Solar is just sucking all the air out of the
I'm
room.
going,
I do have a request that they want to be on all of the January meetings still and a couple more council meetings.
I've been tossing this around a little bit. Seems that we go 3 weeks without a meeting. And I'm thinking about a evening meeting on the 28th of December. Pick up any loose ends that we need to pick up. And in addition to that, we could kind of have an open forum on the solar. And they have expressed that would be, they would be happy to do that, to come in on the 28th.
do that, I think we should cancel the meeting. If we're gonna do that, I think we should cancel the meeting then for next Monday.
Yeah,
And I would be in
that's
favor
where
of
I'm
that.
going, that's where I'm going with this.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
You'd be on board with that, 28th,
Yeah,
6 o'clock in the evening?
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Mike?
I'm okay with that if we have a procedure in place that keeps the meeting in order.
Yeah, and we'd have to take care of business first.
Yeah.
You know, if we got claims or whatever, minutes,
Yeah.
we'd do that.
Yeah, no, and I agree with Mike. We got to have a, and I think they'll be reasonable.
I think,
you know,
time limits and not repeating the same thing over and over again. I think I'm okay with that. You know, I'm interested in new information. And I think my phone blew up over the weekend with the property rights people. I had like 3 meetings and got accosted at Kroger and several phone calls from the farmers who want to make sure their property rights are honored in this. They're not necessarily pro-solar, they just don't want interference in their property rights. So I have a feeling that they'll want to participate in the meeting on the 28th.
I'd like to hear from them.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be
And
great.
I don't want to see just one side of this. I want to see both sides.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, the guys that are
Did you
already
say
have
the
lease
time if
agreements
you
are
did? I
talking
missed
about
it.
getting attorneys to make sure they don't get taken out of the, you know, their revenue doesn't get,
Yeah, I'd be curious. I would encourage them to show up and speak.
Let's do that.
So you want me to advertise it as just a regular commissioner meeting, or you want me to say more? The agenda will be listed online, as always.
Well, if it's a public hearing,
no.
It's not a
that's
public hearing.
that's what I'm saying. Then you have to let them speak.
Yeah.
But if it's
It's
a
not a
commissioner
public
meeting, we
hearing.
control the,
Be a regular hearing with our normal agenda to take care, we have to take care of, and then open it up,
Well-
more of an open.
And this gives people an evening meeting, which some people have, you know,
Are
asked
you-
for.
That's a Wednesday. Are we gonna have a Monday meeting, the 20? Oh, we're not having a
No.
meeting.
That's the thing,
on the 26th.
we've got 2
Yeah.
skipped meetings.
Good thinking,
This is right in between,
yeah.
2 skips.
And it is nice because in case we do have to shore up anything
Yeah,
loose, I think it's a good idea.
pick up loose ends.
Screwed up my holiday, but okay, Bill.
Jeez.
Now it's like this tiny violin, world's tiniest violin playing
Yeah,
a tune.
let's
for your heart.
advertise that, Susan.
And it is, Bill, it was published and advertised that bids will be open at 10:30.
Okay.
On the 19th.
So we need to
That's
stick
how
to
we go
that.
with, yeah. Yeah, that, we'll make it work.
Let's just,
And
yeah,
take, and
dump-
take the, take the
take solar
solar
out, but
out.
we need to let them know and then let them
Yeah.
know, hey, your time to speak is on the 28th.
Yeah,
I'll let them know.
And be in an evening, like,
thank you.
and like I said,
Madam
Mike, I want to hear from
Secretary.
both sides.
Well, I do, yeah,
I'd love to
I
hear for
definitely
these
do, too.
property owners to tell me exactly what their feelings are.
Well, maybe come to some kind of a blended agreement where they're
Never
not
know.
trampled on completely, and yet the other residents aren't trampled on completely.
Yeah. I
Well, compromise is the name of the game, you know.
Yep, yep,
Yep.
I'm for it.
okay,
Okay.
great.
I'll send you all I got some information from the Public Access Counselor. I'll forward to you guys.
Oh,
just
good.
Okay.
On meetings.
Anything else, Ben?
I don't have nothing else for you guys today.
Okay.
Hey, real quick too, since Ben's here, this zoning amendment, or the folks at Siler's that want us to take over that road, I think I can give my answer now after thinking about it. I don't think it's our responsibility on that road at this point. A verbal agreement made in 2006. This is very similar to the driveway agreement that Mr. Todd Land had. Todd was adamant that, of course, that he had this verbal agreement that he could put that driveway here. Well, the agreement in written was, no, it's here, and maybe he was told that. Maybe they were told something, the Silers, but when it says right on the deed restrictions, this is a private road, I think you have to just go with that. Now, if we want to take it in someday after they bring it up to standard or whatever, I think but we really don't need to add inventory to our roads.
Yeah, well, it doesn't accomplish what they want to accomplish
They're not-
anyway, which is winter plowing.
Yeah, they're not
That's
getting,
what they're looking at.
they're not getting snow plowing anyway.
Right.
And so I'm ready to just say that I have to probably deny that one. Do we need a motion on that, or just do we make it? We, or do we just all, can we uniformly agree that?
I would just put that off and let Ben,
You can,
Larry's going to call Ben anyway, let him
Okay.
have that conversation.
Yeah.
Just bring it back to us after you have that talk
Okay.
with Larry,
That's fine.
would be my
That's fine.
recommendation.
I just want to give my 2 cents there on written agreements versus verbal.
Well, I-
Verbal,
Yeah, there's, I
verbal
don't,
means
Yeah,
nothing.
I don't disagree with you at all in that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any bearing on that either, Todd.
Thank you, Ben.
Yep, I'll let you guys know with that, and
Okay.
forgot
so I said, we have some things we would have to have to
We'll
move
stick
forward.
around for the hearing.
Which hearing's that?
Horse-drawn buggy.
Horse
Again, if you
drawn
like me
vehicle,
to.
yeah.
You want? Okay, we're at that time. I will recess the commissioners' meeting and open the public hearing on ordinance 2022-R-13 DCC 9-2-2 horse-drawn vehicle. So, we have the ordinance revised. We did it on second reading. You want to do it on second or on first reading? You want to do it on second and third reading and combined
By title only.
Title only.
title only?
Do we read it first and then we have, open up the public discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't have to read it.
Just the title.
Just the title. Got to, we have to make a motion to do the second and third at once, right?
Well, you have to,
We don't-
you have to pass it on second reading, then suspend the rules.
Suspend the
I
rules.
suppose.
And that has to be a unanimous vote, but you need to take your public comment before you call for a vote.
Okay. Entertain that motion on second reading.
I'd make a motion that we approve the horse-drawn buggy, or horse-drawn vehicle ordinance in its present form.
Point of order, Jim, we can't vote on an ordinance during a public hearing. You have to have the public hearing first and
That's
then
right.
vote.
Oh, don't we have to at least say what the ordinance is? Don't we have to read it, though?
No,
But-
I advertised the public
Oh,
hearing
okay, I thought we
for
had to
said
bring it up to read it.
ordinance.
Okay, I'm sorry, my mistake. So, all right, yeah.
yeah, you should take, before you introduce on second and third reading,
I'd
you
say
should get public input.
I thought we had to introduce it by showing our
No,
support for it, and then, okay. Still learning.
Okay? It's complicated.
Yeah, yeah. Comments from the commissioners. We'll start with the commissioners. Any problems or reservations or?
Nothing on my end. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm not entirely happy with it. I'm okay with the financial end of things. My concern is, and quite frankly, I spent so much time meeting and talking on this solar stuff, I didn't get a chance to really think about this. I'm still concerned about requiring, like the Horsemen Association, who don't use their horse-drawn vehicles for transportation, but for charity events or for shows and so forth, to fall under this bill. And then there are also, as I went back through my notes from when I visited some of the folks in the Amish community, they have some specialty horse-drawn vehicles that you can make a good argument for exempting, like their hearses, funeral vehicles that are only used for those special purposes. Like Mr. Zaire, you know, when I went out to his place, he had 5 buggies in his garage, but one of them was a hearse. And he had only used that once or twice out of the year. So, you know, and I really don't know what that looks like. I don't know what the answer is, but those two things are are a bit of a concern.
I would think if they're participating in a funeral, that hearse really wouldn't need a tag.
No, well,
I mean.
that's a common sense thing.
Yeah, I mean, if we go out there and pull that hearse over and write them a ticket because it doesn't have a tag, we're pretty low.
Yeah.
We're pretty low on the ladder.
That's a good thought though,
Yeah.
Mike.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it is a good thought, but I don't think.
I
Of
don't
course,
think,
the ag vehicles are already
yeah.
exempted. Any thoughts, Jim?
Well, we could put in there, we could make a change that any vehicle used in a funeral proceeding could be exempted. I would have, the only problem I think though with, non-for-profit, not requiring them is, non-for-profits don't usually have to pay sales tax on items that they purchase a lot of times, or like churches.
Oh, yeah, no, they wouldn't have to.
But they'd still always pay excise tax. Like on your plates, if you're a church, you still pay the exact same excise tax that someone else does. You may get away from the sales tax part of it, but you still, or the real property tax, a lot of times, not-for-profits don't have to pay real property tax, but they always pay their excise tax.
Yeah.
Just because it's a use, you're actually using something, therefore,
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and I understand, like I said, I don't know what that looks like. That's just the part of the ordinance
and again, the
that
horse.
bothered me. I had some issues with not putting some cap and then a discount on further plates, but I was persuaded by calls I got that said, well, if I own 5 cars, I've got to buy plates for all 5 cars and so forth. So, I'm okay with that part of it. But,
It's 501c.
well, yeah, I don't know how you classify that. I don't think 501c3 is a path to go down because I think that creates some additional loopholes.
Absolutely.
But
Put a church under that. And
But
everyone
can we carve out special uses, which would take into the funeral
I think
vehicles or?
Yeah, I think you can.
the
I think you can carve it out, and say you're not just, or make an announcement. You're not going to ticket funeral hearses that are horse-drawn, and you're not going to ticket Horseman Association parade
if they're attending a parade.
Horse-drawn vehicles.
if they're
that are-
participating in a parade. Yeah.
Horse-drawn vehicles that are not typically used for transportation, but for special uses. Or
Yeah,
something
and that's
like that.
that's a very good way to put it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's discriminatory or not, though. You're still using the road. If I was in the Amish community, I would say that's discriminatory, But I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm not taking a position.
I think you
I'm
could.
just saying it can be done, or you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Because even like a hearse using the road has to be plated. I'm just telling you, and I get it. But like I said, there isn't a cop in the world that is going to stop a funeral procession, pull over that hearse, and give him a ticket. He's going to say,
They're going to be leading it.
yeah, they're going to
Front and
be, yeah,
back.
it's. But it's a good point Mike made up. It's just, but I think we could go down this path forever and say, okay, well, we need to exempt the Girl Scouts too when they use their horses to develop. I'm just throwing a name out there, but where does it end? And
Well, and that's true. Like I said, I just haven't had the time to really.
It's a good point.
Take a deep dive into that and
You
come
could
up with a
decide
good
not
answer.
to address it in the ordinance and then just let law enforcement know
well, that's kind of how
to
I see
use their
it.
discretion.
There's discernment in anything, like an officer pulling over someone for speeding. A lot of times, will decide on what the circumstances are, and I think we have the same thing here. If in the Horsemen's Association, I think if they're driving their buggy or their wagon to the parade, I don't see a police officer giving them a ticket. Is that a guarantee? No, but I don't see it happening.
I don't either.
Because I think though, if you do and there are different 501Cs, there's C3, there's, and one
See,
could,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
and 8.
yeah, and you could claim a religious exemption. The Amish community has that, they do, that's how
I
they
know.
live their culture.
That's what got us
They could
talking
form a
about it.
501C3 religious exemption and say, We're the same as the Horseman Association.
Well,
It's
and
church.
that's why if you don't, somebody could argue selective enforcement if you were allowing the Amish buggies, funeral hearse buggies, or if you were allowing the horsemen, but so what? I
Yeah.
doubt it's gonna happen. And then you're not highlighting something that, that somebody's gonna say, well, you can't do that. I'd leave the ordinance alone and just selectively enforce it. Or allow it by law enforcement to be selective.
I kind of agree. That's just,
Because they've got that authority anyway, as you said. You get stopped and you're going 6 over, not a lot of police officers are gonna give you a ticket. They're gonna give you a warning.
unless you tell them what a piece of dirt they are, and then you get big. So,
Well, then you're spending time in the
Shame on
pokey
you.
probably, and then you find some reason to haul you in.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I like it the way it is. Mike's points are valid, though. I appreciate those comments because, but there isn't a cop in the world, I think, that would write him a ticket.
Well,
You would hope.
I think, quite frankly and quite honestly, I think the whole method of enforcement is really up in the air on this thing. We'll have
Yeah.
to see how
Let's-
that
Is
goes.
that it then from the
I'm
commissioners?
good, yeah.
That's all I've got. Yeah.
Let's open it to the public comments. Or against, either way you want to go.
Max Short, 5036 County Road 31, Auburn. And just a clarification, I wear hearing aids. This isn't the best situation for hearing aids. But I guess clarification, throughout the ordinance, it talks about being annual, on an annual calendar year. And then at one point, though, it talks about the fee being prorated. So does annual mean January 1st to December 31st? Is that your annual?
January 1st is the annual, but if somebody for the first time wants to register a buggy in April, then they only have to pay for April through December for
the
that
first
year.
time.
That's the only
Correct.
thing that's
Right.
prorated.
So you're expecting eventually, all those that have a license due would be coming in December to renew their license for the next year.
Yes.
We'll give consideration, you're talking about people in buggies, which we have no parking place for, and you want them to come in one of the worst months of the year. That might not be the best thing to do. Perhaps you might want to change your start date. Okay? Suggestion. And even with that, with your late fees, you have a $200 late fee if it's within 10 days of the new calendar year. Does that mean if you come in on December 28th, you're late?
I think that's the penalty if they get caught driving without it, not a late fee. In other words, you can start your proration whenever you want. That's not a late fee, that's a penalty. So if you get pulled over, right, and you don't have the tag, it's a $200 fee on top of that.
Well, again, the ordinance says that a late fee is imposed on any person registering for a horse-drawn vehicle within 10 days of the new calendar year. So if I have a current license and I can't make it in until December 28th, this says I have a $200 fine.
No.
I don't think that's in there.
Uh-uh.
I need to see a copy of the ordinance. Can I have a,
That had to be after January 1st. That late fee wouldn't start till after January. In other words, it comes in January 2nd.
Okay, so within 10 days of the new calendar year, so you're talking about after January 1st.
Right.
Okay.
New calendar year is the key wording there, I believe.
But again, and it's like for our friends that do drive buggies, you're asking them to come in one of the worst months of the year. Okay?
Not this year.
they
That's
use them
okay.
all,
That's
they
for you
use them
guys
all
to-
year, though. I watch them. They
It's for
use
you
them
to
all year.
decide how you want to do that.
On the other hand, that's probably one of the 3 months of the year where they have the least amount of work to do. They're
I
not in the
understand.
fields, they're not harvesting, they're not planting.
I understand. In the first introduction of the ordinance, it went from like March 15th to May something. So you gave them a window to come in. In this case, you're not really giving much of a window.
Well, they've got the whole latter part of the year to
Okay.
come in. It doesn't
if you-
say they have to come in from December 1st to December 30th. It just says they have to register by the end of the year. So that gives them October, November, December, whenever they want to come in and get that new plate.
Okay.
And it'll still be active the first of the year.
In number 7, unlawful, you've now changed it to for lighting in accordance with Indiana laws, rules, and regulations. But you don't tell them what those are, so you're leaving it up to them to go investigate with the state of Indiana what they have to adhere to.
That's their responsibility.
They already have to do that now.
Yeah.
They already have to do that. So if they're in violation of Indiana law, they're in violation.
Okay, I'm assuming, from what I could find, you're talking about the slow-moving vehicle code. I see 9-21-9. And in that code, it doesn't require a front light, only a rear light.
Awesome.
Well,
They just have, and I went and visited,
and I say that because what it says is visible from a distance of not more than 500 feet to the rear. Then it goes on to say a double-faced flashing light may be used, displaying amber light to the front and red to the rear, so it's not required for front.
And
Yours
here's-
requires it from the front.
Here's the problem. These buggies that are upwards of $20,000 are already equipped from the factory that builds them with all these lights. So if we go and restrict them and say, okay, I know you just spent 20 grand on that buggy, but now here in DeKalb County, we want you to spend another 1,000 on special lights when the state already has it addressed. So I thought that was helping them by not, because the lights they have on them buggies are incredible. The ones that Mike showed me
Yeah.
pictures of.
Well,
They're
all I'm
phenomenal.
pointing out is your ordinance says that they have to have has lighting visible from the front and rear of the vehicle. That's more than the state code calls for.
Is that still in the ordinance, though? I thought we completely,
took that out.
we pulled that out, and made it compliant with state law, is what we said.
Right.
we're
Except
just-
your law says,
No, we
No,
have
we
no law.
removed it, is what I'm saying. The new ordinance says they will follow state laws for lighting, period.
I'm reading the new ordinance.
What law are you referring to? Currently, the county doesn't
Number
have
7,
that.
look at number 7.
Okay,
The end of.
it was the
paragraph
ordinance that
7.
was in last week's,
okay.
It can be easily solved by taking out lighting visible from front and rear if you just say in accordance with Indiana
Yeah,
law.
I thought that's
I'm saying
what
you
it-
have
I thought
you have
that's how
a
it
double
read.
negative here. You have to do this in Indiana law. Indiana law doesn't require a front
Right?
light.
That's a good point. If that's in there, that needs taken out. I thought that
You
was
could take
removed.
it out now because we haven't read it
Yeah.
right.
on second and third reading.
Well, let's
If it's in
strike
there.
that and just say
Yeah, I
Indiana
don't know if
law.
it's in there yet.
Well, you
I-
have to propose an amendment
Okay.
to
Yeah.
say that, once we get done with it.
Can I see a copy of our most current?
It says, "It shall also be unlawful for any person to use or operate a horse-drawn vehicle and/or horse-drawn trailer unless said vehicle and/or trailer has lighting visible from the front and rear of vehicle and/or trailer in accordance with Indiana laws, rules, and regulations."
So we need to probably strike the front and rear and just say Indiana laws and regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a good point.
That's the way I
Appreciate
would.
you pointing that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's also in number 9, penalties. So you'd want to get it out of there also.
7 and 9.
And a question, you have enforcement for, of course, the DeKalb County Sheriff and other approved people. What was your feedback from the Sheriff's Department on how they would enforce it? I say that August 29th, according to the minutes, all commissioners agree more work is needed to be done and would also like to hear from someone in the Sheriff's Department on the enforcement of the ordinance. What did the Sheriff's Department say?
We haven't seen the sheriff in months.
Wouldn't that be handy to know?
It would be if he would come here and talk to us. We can't force him to come in here and talk to us.
Oh, well, you've invited them then.
Well, I think
He used to come to every meeting where he's not been here since, yeah.
Yeah, I think hearing from the new sheriff would be more.
Yeah, the new sheriff's
more
gonna be,
pertinent to this conversation anyway.
Okay.
it's a good point, but yeah.
And then, I guess a last comment, you have a $200 fee. That's pretty basic for each thing. However, there's also the hidden fee where the auditor collects an amount to defray the auditor's expense. So instead of paying $200, they may be paying $223.75.
That was a direction that you gave to me in putting it together because the 200 was gonna, all of it was gonna replenish roads, but we were gonna have costs incurred by the auditor buying the
tag.
decals and things of that nature.
I think a flat 200 is the way to go.
Yeah, I agree.
The plates cost us money and stuff.
I
but
only did
that's-
it because somebody mentioned it,
Well,
wanting it in there, so I don't have a horse, I don't have a dog in this fight. How's that?
A horse in
A
the
horse
race.
in this fight.
I'd like to see that also, if we're gonna make amendments, I'd like to see it just be a flat 200.
200.
Yeah, I don't like willy-nilly stuff hanging out there. so.
Well, again, that's an added expense.
Yeah, I
that,
agree.
You don't even know what it is because it just says it'll reimburse them for their expenses.
Yeah, and who knows what that number is, right?
Is it your intention this starts January 1st?
Yes.
And the auditor already has all these license plates and all these things ready to go?
An order.
I think she's got it handled.
Okay.
And it's probably going to be, what did we want to say, a grace period this year since it is so late in the year?
Probably so, I'd have
We
to
need to
think.
give
And
them
we
a
have that
30-day
latitude
grace
to
period.
use discernment, and
30,
say,
60, 45, whatever you think
Whatever,
is fair.
yeah.
Yeah, some way to make sure that you were covered from DeKalb County standpoint if someone saying, well, I didn't have the opportunity to do that, it was too,
Yeah.
Well, I think it's probably
That's all.
prudent for us to put a grace period in there anyway, because you don't want a big flood of
well, and we can,
traffic.
Right.
and we can do that without putting that verbiage in the ordinance.
Yeah.
We can make a separate motion that will allow up to a 60-day grace period the first year, to help out.
Yeah.
I think that's
wise.
and I think that's helping take care of our citizens.
Let's do
How
that.
long a grace period?
60 days.
60.
2 days?
Yeah, but it don't need to be in the ordinance. We can just make a separate motion on that we're gonna allow,
thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks for bringing up
Thank
those
you.
points.
Thank you, Mac.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other discussion from anyone? And at this point, we will close the public hearing and reconvene the commissioners' meeting.
You want to make the amendment?
Yeah, so I'd like to make an amendment to the ordinance, the horse-drawn vehicle ordinance, Section 7 on lighting requirements and Section 9 for penalties on lighting requirements, to strike the verbiage that says that the lighting must be visible from front and rear, and instead just say that the lighting complies with state law and regulation.
Okay. And also the 200 flat fee.
My second part of it is that the plate cost be a flat 200 with no additional fees.
And I will second.
Okay,
The
we have a
motion
motion
for
and a
amendment.
second. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye?
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries.
On second reading?
Second reading.
That's just.
No, this-
That's just for the amendment.
That's just amendments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just amendments.
Yeah.
We're learning.
I was jumping ahead, sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, next. We need to suspend the rules.
Nope.
No.
We gotta
Need to
do
pass
that.
it on second reading.
Okay.
So I will move to pass ordinance 2022-R-13 on second reading.
I second that.
A motion and a second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye?
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carries.
Now we can.
Now we will suspend
Move to suspend the rules and.
by unanimous majority. May take a motion to suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules and consider ordinance 2022-R-13 on third reading by title only.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. No opposition, so we will go to third reading by title only.
Okay.
Want to make that motion?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Can you go ahead if you would?
All right, I'll move that we approve ordinance 2022-R-13 on third and final reading.
But
By title only.
Do we have to read the title, though?
Just a title, yeah.
You did.
Oh, he did read, okay, that is the title, so yes.
Yeah.
Second.
A motion and a second. Now, are there any additional comments?
One other comment, now this does, our amendment we made is part of this, right?
Yes.
So.
Right.
we're-
Contingent on.
The whole
yeah,
package,
change.
including the amendments, all
Yes,
right.
as
Right.
amended.
So yes, my second stands then, yes, yes.
Okay.
And one other purely technical thing. We can't impose a penalty until it's been
Published
in the newspaper.
Gotcha,
twice.
So, and you don't need another
gotcha.
motion for that. I'm just laying that out there.
Okay, we have motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same. Motion carries. Okay.
So is
grace
somebody
per-
also doing a motion or something about 60 days?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we give a grace period of 60 days past the first of the year for those to comply with the ordinance, the first year only,
In 2023.
in 2023, first year only.
I will second that.
A motion and a second. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carries. I have
Great.
60 days. Okay.
I think that was a well-done project.
Yes. We took our time and did it right and see. So,
I have something, the health department has a printer that is due to be renewed. She has the money in her budget, she'll take care of all that. But we just need a motion for Bill to sign the contract agreement for 5 years for her printer.
is this also with
Business Impressions,
Business
yes.
Impressions?
I'll move that President sign the contract for the Health Department printer with Business Impressions.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carries.
The only other extra thing I had was the email that I had sent you guys on the 2023 budget question.
Yeah, I have that
And
here.
if we're moving anything around before information goes out.
If we have time to discuss this,
Yeah, we do.
I really don't want to cut anyone, but then again, I feel as though Alliance Industries gets the short stick on this deal.
Yeah.
And especially since, like the Council on Aging gets quite a bit of money right from the state. And then they have their fees they can also charge and stuff, and they can raise their fees. I just feel as though Alliance at 18,000, when the next step up is 34,000 to Easter Seals. Alliance has been here every year. They've invited me out to visit what they do, and they haven't really heard from any of these others as much. Council on Aging, of course, reports to us.
Yes, right.
But I'd like to see some money, maybe Easter Seals and Alliance combined together, divided by 2, or throw in Children's First, those 3 together and divide by 3. I don't know. I'd just like to see those equaled out.
I would too.
So
we have an agreement now with the Humane Shelter Fee for Services,
yeah.
but I'm certainly open to some
Yeah.
calculation that evens things out a little bit. I think Alliance makes a valuable contribution to the county, and
Yeah.
I definitely would like to see them have a bigger share of that.
Yeah.
So,
I really don't want to increase our budget any,
no,
but I think we can do some,
I punched the numbers in right, it comes out to 29,000 if we combine those three and average
those
it.
three.
Yes, you might want to double check it.
Yeah, that looks right, just from the math, it'd be 85 and 20, 103,000 divided by 3. So,
Yes, I didn't,
that'd be more than that, Bill. If
Yeah.
you, 3 of them, 18.
Are you adding everybody but humane?
Well, I was just doing what I consider the outreach programs. To me, Alliance is an outreach, Easter Seals is an outreach, and Children's First is an outreach for special needs per se.
Yeah.
Whereas the Humane Shelter, they're, like you said, services, contractors, they're providing a service
Fee-for-service,
that we would have to do.
Right.
If they didn't do it. We would have to control the animal population. So to me, I'd like to kind of carve them out for that reason. Same thing with Council on Aging. We are supplying public transportation, a need that no one else can do.
Yeah.
But this is more of an outreach for,
So that would be 87,000 divided by 3 is 29.
you're right, I added wrong, so yes, Bill's calculation. I would like to see those 3 combined, and if we want to jump it up just a little, call it 100,000 between the 3 and make them 33,000 each, that'd be fine with me. You know what I'm saying? Instead of these 3 here, instead of totaling up to 84,000, take them up to 100,000 divided by 3, make them 33,000 each, 33,333. Does that make sense?
increases the budget on
A
that.
little, but I think these are for worthy causes, though, and I think, we talk about spending more money on animals than people, and I'd like to see, or if you guys don't think the Children's First or the Easter Seals
no,
is as big of an advantage as Alliance, we could cut the whole thing back a little bit,
I agree with you. I think that's a good calculation. If we're going to do that, why don't we just bump it to 102,000 and make it 34,000 apiece?
I would have no problem with that. The Children's First would take a hit of 1,000, but the Easter Seals would stay the same and Alliance would get bumped up to that amount. I just think that's fair. If you're gonna give to one a certain amount, and I think Alliance's state has really pushed their case well by showing me their future plans, and they had me meet their employees. And those employees are just happier than snot to work there. So I just,
That was a great tour. And,
oh, yeah. So that's where I'm at, Bill. I'd like to see each one of them be, and I know that raises it a little, but I think it's for the right reason. And that's what I'd like to see.
So your motion would be,
Let me make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that Children's First Center is 34,000, Humane Shelter 50,000, Easter Seals Rise 34,000, Council, or Alliance Industry 34,000, Council on Aging staying at 48,000.
Second.
motion and second, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Depending on what Susan's
fine.
look is about.
I was just I will let you know whether we have to do any transferring or anything, or if I can make this happen.
Okay.
Depending on the final numbers.
Sure.
Since budget's been approved.
Yeah. This is pending that the budget will handle it, of course, but this is what I'd like to, for budget.
The budget will handle, I'll just have to let you know whether
We need to do.
at the end of the year, if we have
For
to do
the
an.
P shell game? Yeah.
So there wasn't no no's.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
okay, so 34,000 for those 3 entities each, so, okay, great.
All right. Anything else, Susan?
Not on my side.
Not on your side.
I'm done.
We're still on miscellaneous. Anybody have any, Todd or Mike?
Nothing here.
Yeah.
Other than I'll make a statement again for anyone that's listening, that on the solar, on the 28th, no matter what side you're on, I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay. Chris Pranger is on board to take the redevelopment
Okay, great, great.
seat, which we'll do next week.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
awesome.
yeah.
I think he'll be a good member.
Very knowledgeable person.
Yeah. Anything else? Jim, you got anything?
No.
Ben? Okay. You want to take a slight break?
I could get rid of some coffee.
Okay, let's do a little break and then we'll come back and
Mike is. Happy with I'm glad. Correcting those mistakes on the lights on the horse ordinance. Proud on the horse ordinance. That's the kind of stuff that helps.
Oh, yeah.
Divisive, it's just.
We'll do what we can. That's right. And that's it. You can only do what you can do. Yep. Yep. That sounds good. Hey.
Herbs to get started here.
Crank us up, Susan.
All right, 11:30, right?
We are back.
Yepper.
11:31. Okay. I'm going to step up to the podium and, yeah,
Pretty calendar. Wow, that's neat.
Well,
Cool.
everyone, this is Apex. I will let them introduce themselves. And our president is Bill
Yeah,
Hartman. Sorry, he gives the county
I
yeah.
like to think I got redeeming qualities
That's
I'll ask
debatable,
you,
but okay.
Will this work better? Will this work better if you're both at a mic?
Yeah, say if you just want to sit down, both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that way you can,
Turn the mics on and
yeah, there's a green light that'll come on when you tap that push button there at the bottom, the pressure sensitive button there.
pull it close.
Right, you got it.
And pull it a little closer?
Yeah, if you
down
pull
to
it a little
you.
closer to you so we
You
can
get
hear
more
you.
than 3 foot away from you, I lose you.
Yeah.
Okay,
There we go.
I know. Well, good morning. I'm Shauna Schwegman, and this is Bill Sylvester we are with Apex Benefits. We are based on the north side of Indianapolis. I think everyone has a packet. So what we're going to be talking about today is basically so we're insurance brokers for health insurance and wellness. We don't do property and casualty or anything like that. So health and wellness is our focus. In this packet, it's what we're going to be talking about is being self-funded versus fully insured, and what that means, and how Apex handles the claims, and how we, go over all of the data in-house. So we have 17 Indiana counties as clients, and in this packet there is a list in the back of the left-hand side that has all of our clients, our county clients in it. So I think Bill's just going to go over all of the things that we do at Apex for our county clients and focus on explaining a little more about being self-insured.
So we're down to one packet now.
Okay.
Okay, so in your packet, first of all, if you have any questions about anything, please, if you have any questions about anything, please don't hesitate to ask as we go through this. We want to talk about what you want to talk
Pull
about.
that mic a little closer to you there, will you please? There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, so in your packets, on the left-hand side, there's an agenda, and it's kind of just loosely what we're going to go over, and probably we may go in a different order than this. The next page is kind of who we are and what our service model looks like.
Which packet is this? I'm sorry, there's,
It's in,
Left side.
on the left side of this, nope. that
Your
would be
other
right.
left, your other left.
oh,
Todd.
just, okay, gotcha. I'm sorry, go ahead.
On the second page, it's pretty much what Shauna said, who we are and what we do. Apex Benefits, we're endorsed by the Association of Indiana Counties. We are the broker for 17 Indiana counties. Shauna and I are the broker for 16 of them, and our owner, John Goss, has one of them because of a prior relationship and a good relationship with the commissioner there. We are coming off back-to-back AIC and IACC meetings because we are heavily involved with that. We are involved a little bit in the legislative process with David Bodorf and his team. We answer questions for counties that are not our clients. We help counties that are not our clients become compliant with the law. So there's a lot that we do with Indiana counties. Most of our clients are self-funded or self-insured. I kind of use the term self-insured or self-funded more than self-insured, but some of them, and our smaller ones, are fully insured. And that's what I want to talk about more than anything else, is you guys are large enough to be self-funded. Large counties that are fully insured, generally that's because at some point in their history, they have gotten into trouble by not funding something properly or having a bad contract or not having enough oversight, so they get upside down, and it can be costly for you if you don't do things right. We've had several conversations with Mike and Dottie about helping them feel comfortable understanding the concept, and it's like you don't have to move to the self-funded world from fully insured until you feel comfortable doing it, right? But I want to talk a little bit about the difference between self-funded and fully insured, and this may be oversimplistic for you, or this may be helpful. When you're fully insured, as you are, you hand an insurance company, let's say Anthem, tells you, okay, to insure your group, we're going to this is what the premiums are going to be. You're going to hand over the money to us, and we're going to handle everything. We're going to do it all. We control the money, right? In a good year, they get to keep the money, all the money. Even if if you had 0 claims, they would keep the money. In a bad year, they're going to keep the money, and you're going to get a pretty hefty increase the next year. When you're self-funded, there are a lot of things you can do to help control your cost or to help put yourself in a better position in a lot of different buckets. And number one, you control the money. You pay the claims. So if you have a good year, you get to keep more money in your own pocket. In a bad year, your losses are capped because you buy reinsurance or stop loss, right? Is this all too slow for you? So the ways that you can save money in the self-funded world, it's primarily the claims are going to be about 60 to 70% of your costs. I would say 60 to 70, depending upon how many claims you have, right? On the medical side, it's probably 60% of those claims, and on the prescription side, it's maybe 20% of your claims cost are on the prescription side. Prescriptions are rising, though. So the most important thing you can do as far as trying to save money or mitigate your risk is put yourself in a network where you get the deepest discounts according to where your people are going, right? It doesn't, if you're not going to a particular hospital system, then it doesn't matter how deep the discounts are. You want, where your people are going, you want to have the deepest discounts. Really, it's the same thing in the pharmacy world, and people don't pay as much of attention to that as we do, but same thing, it's discounts, but it's also special programs that we'll talk about that can also help you save money or even get free medications. So back to the medical side, you can put yourself in a narrow network. For example, in this part of the state, you can get in a narrow network with Parkview. You can get into a narrow network with Lutheran, and that is called steerage, and that steerage allows deeper discounts for that hospital network, but much more costly to go into the other one. PHP. I believe PHP has heavier discounts or better discounts for Parkview. It allows Lutheran to stay in the network, and there's about 40 different hospitals that are included in PHP, but if you go outside of that or if you're traveling, you are in a much lesser rental network that can be a lot more costly. So networks matter when we're looking at becoming self-funded, right? Secondly, on the pharmacy side, a lot of times the pharmacy benefit manager is tied to the insurance company or the medical network. Anthem uses Ingenio. They don't want people carving that out because they're making money on the pharmacy side. United Healthcare uses, who do they use? Unum, sorry. Is it Unum? Yeah. Yes, they use Unum, and they don't want you carving that out, but they are more likely to let you carve it out if you can show that you can save your client money by carving it out. And I want to get to more of that in a second here. But there's a lot of things you can do in the self-funded world to mitigate cost as opposed to just handing money over to an insurance company and letting them do what they do and keeping all the money. I want to keep staying on the left-hand side here. We have, on the back side of this is a list of the back side of the left side is a list of our 17 county clients. And the contact numbers, and if you want to talk to anybody that's a client of ours, or you know anybody even outside of who's on this list, feel free to do so. And I do ask you to, I know it's a public meeting, but we're kind of bearing our souls as to who we work with, but we are confident enough in who we work with that anybody that wants to call them and try to take them away from it. So if you hand this to a broker, that's fine, and somebody else calls, that's...
Are they all on self-funded, or is there a combination of?
Everything down the left side is self-funded. The Crawford County might be the only one on here in the middle column that's still fully insured, and it's because they have about 82, 83 employees on the plan.
Is that it?
Yeah, they're yeah. So, but I'll tell you what, as a fully insured group, they were looking at a 35% increase this year because that's just what they were going to do. So we worked some magic and put some special programs in for them that brought it down to like 9 or 10, I think. So every one of our other clients, I guess, is fully or self-funded. So our service model, and this is going to come up with, I think you have to be a little bit sophisticated as a brokerage if you're going to have self-funded clients. So our company of 75 employees is geared toward assisting our self-funded clients navigate through the health care world. And on I believe it was probably the bottom half of the second page on the left side where it says Apex County Service Model. At Apex, we assign people to our county clients. Shauna and I would be your advisors. We would assign an account executive as a day-to-day first point of contact person that would answer any questions, handle any day-to-day things that come up. That person would have an account service rep that is basically a stay-at-home person that does a lot of the paperwork behind the scenes for our account manager or account executive. We have a market analyst. When it comes time for renewal, our market analyst is very familiar with you and takes you to market to get the best quotes we can out in the marketplace for both medical and ancillary lines of coverage. We call it kinetic health. It's population health, but it's really a wellness person that has some kind of a clinical background that can help implement or keep going a wellness program that can include such things as blood draws, finger pricks, health coaching, smoking cessation, lunch and learns, anything customizable that you guys want to do with it. Anything you do, we have ideas and we can help you with that. But more importantly, our population health or our wellness person that's assigned to you looks at your claims on a monthly basis, anything over $10,000 a month. And that we do that along with somebody that's generally a nurse or some kind of clinician and a pharmacist does that, so that, I'll get into that a little bit later, but that find ways to help make people better, find better types of services, or find less expensive ways to pay for something. So along with all of these people, we have our shared services consists of a compliance director that works with many counties, not only our clients, but others, and helps you become compliant with everything IRS-wise, Department of Labor, ERISA laws that apply to you. We also have, we implement a compliance dashboard or dashboard software package that helps keep you compliant, tells you what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and then when you are finished, it leaves a paper trail in case you're ever audited. So it's very helpful in that regard. Oh, what am I missing? Our financial analyst. We have a financial analyst team, and generally you're assigned to somebody, but there are several things that our financial analyst does, and I'll jump in a little bit ahead, but during your budget hearing process, we give you projections. We give you little Excel spreadsheets that help you figure out your employee contribution strategies. So there's a lot of different things that our financial team does along the way that can help you. That some of them are, you know, if you ask for something, we can find a way to figure it out. More on that later. Am I missing anything on our team? Probably overkill, but I think our team is important because it's not just us doing something. We have experts in different fields that help you manage your self-funded or fully insured plan. I put a timeline there on the left side, and we'll get to that later if you have any questions. On the right-hand side, the first sheet there. So what we did, I wanted to. I think our processes, but the paperwork that helps us through the processes, I think, is important because these are things that you will see from us on a monthly basis or on an as-needed basis, and I wanted you to see an example of what these are because you know what you're used to getting, you know what you're used to seeing, and I'm going to show you some things that I think you should see throughout the year if you're an Apex client. So the first thing we've talked to Mike and Dottie about was you're a large enough group that even if you're fully insured, you should be able to have access to information that is actionable. And from what I've seen, the information you have is not very robust. The reporting you have is not very robust. And as you contemplate staying fully insured or moving into the self-funded world, the information is the key, or the information should drive that decision for you. You should feel comfortable if you're going to move to self-funded, but the information should drive that decision for you. So the first thing we would do if you became an Apex client is to put you on it's a BST report data analytics platform, and that's this document. It gives us claims information that we can go down to the clinical notes from a doctor's office with this package. So for every individual that goes to the hospital or doctor, we can get clinical notes or have access to clinical notes that can help us help them or help you determine what your next course of action is. And let me give you an example. If you flip to page 2 and in my little red page 1 there, it says the first thing, I've got little dots or blots by what I want to talk about. So across the top, the members, the employees and the family members on the plan. Then the next bit of financial information that we have is your claims payment, the medical, the prescriptions, and then any type of reimbursements that come back to you, and then they total out over to the right. Then your fixed cost. That includes, it includes a lot of things, but it includes your admin costs, right? It includes any stop loss premium, aggregate stop loss or individual stop loss premium. Sometimes we put you on an organ transplant policy that takes organ transplants off of your plan and puts them on its own separate policy so that expensive organ transplants don't cost the county money, or they see a large claim coming. It's not going to cost you because it's on its own plan, and its own plan, you pay a separate premium for that, and it drops your stop loss premiums almost dollar for dollar. So then you go across, you have the fixed cost, then the total plan cost with that big ink blot there. And in this particular case, $1,957, right? Then the premiums that you collect from yourself and the premiums that you collect from your employees total out to 1.6 and some change. And then you either are funding this thing to a surplus or a deficit, and in this case, your costs, their costs are higher than their premiums that they're paying into it, so they're running at a deficit. I want to stop here because this is to me is another value of being self-funded, okay? When you're fully insured, you pay a premium. That premium becomes your budget, it becomes how much you collect, right? At the end of the year, you start at zero again, right? You get the next premium at the next renewal. That becomes how you fund it, right? When you're self-funded, you can fund your plan in a variety of different ways. You know what your maximum all-in cost is, and I'll show you on another form in a minute, and you can fund this thing at expected costs, at midpoint cost, at your maximum liability, knowing that you're probably never going to hit your maximum liability. But what it allows you to do as a county is to build up a reserve, right? If you have better than the worst case scenario years, it allows you to build up a reserve, and you should put it in a non-reverting fund, and that way it takes away the volatility of an increase or decrease, and you can kind of help toe the line. Where does that become valuable? When you don't give your employees a raise, right, and they get a 10% increase in their cost of insurance, and it feels like they got a 10% pay cut. So if you can take that money out of a reserve to help cover those costs or fund it a little bit differently, you may be able to, then they feel like they can keep their costs consistent, and you can recover that in the next year or so when you have a much better year in claims and you still keep their contribution amounts the same. So I know I'm rambling here a little bit and I'm getting ahead of myself some. Questions so far? Any direction you want to go with this?
I think we all understand the process of self-funded, understand the funding mechanisms, I understand deficit funding, I understand all that. What I'd like to hear is, what are you charging us to handle this? I assume you would receive the administration fee, correct? Or a company that you appoint?
Yes, so what does it cost you?
Let me back it up with one other question. So I was with MediShare for 5-6 years. Wonderful. They paid claims, and even though they don't have to, they're not insurance. It's, medical sharing. However, they used a company called, I believe, PCRS to negotiate the claims. So MediShare didn't handle the claims for you. They just turned it over to this company called PCRS. I called this PCRS, and they didn't want to talk to me because I'm not a big insurance person, but they discounted the rates the same as Anthem did. In other words, my son goes in for tubes in his ear through Anthem. It's $1,300 bill, gets knocked down to $350. Guess what, PCRS? They got the same deal, $350. Who actually...
But they're charging you?
I'm sorry?
But they're charging you money to do that?
No, this is part of my plan that I had with MediShare. My question is, who is handling the negotiated rates with these hospitals and doctors? Is it a company like, PHP has their own people, they negotiate directly. This PCRS is an independent group that people like MediShare hire to negotiate rates down for them. Do you hire someone to negotiate the rates down? How do you get these rates established that doctors get compensated for?
That the doctors get compensated for?
Or the hospitals, or whoever.
So, I look at it a little bit differently than you've described it. And I would say insurance companies, Anthem, United Healthcare, Cigna, Lutheran with their own network, they negotiate with themselves, basically. Parkview with their own network, they negotiate with themselves. But these discounts and the way that they charge clients like you are already predetermined. They're already pre-negotiated. So you go in and you have Anthem insurance, you take your card in, you have a procedure done, the doctor bills Anthem because Anthem becomes your TPA, and they reprice those according.
TPA, what's TPA?
A third-party administrator.
Okay, gotcha.
So Anthem does the administration for Anthem, and whatever they've negotiated with the carrier, they pay.
Okay, can I back you up then?
Yes.
How do we, as a self-funded entity, negotiate them rates? Do we make a deal with Parkview only?
Nope. Well, I mean, you could.
Well, how do we get the rates established, I guess what I'm saying? Who is going to negotiate on it? Obviously, we don't. have the
Anthem has
time.
already negotiated with all the hospitals in the United States that take Anthem, and they say, this is what we're going to pay you. Will you agree to take that? And they
That's
say
if we
yes.
go with Anthem.
Right.
What you're saying is, though, we have to use someone, we have to buddy up with someone like Anthem if we're going to do this?
No, you can be self-funded and use the Anthem network.
That's what I'm saying, but we're choosing a network at that point.
Yeah, you're choosing a network, or you can be self-funded and use United Healthcare,
Yeah, okay.
right? And then if United Healthcare becomes your network of choice, you can go to any hospital in the United States, right? UMR, that is a branch of United Healthcare, they become the third-party administrator, and they reprice the bills according to the network discounts that United Healthcare has with these care providers. Parkview, if you have Parkview as Signature Care, Three Rivers Preferred, Signature Care, all of these, they are narrow networks with Parkview. Or Lutheran has their own narrow networks, right?
Okay.
And for steerage, and they have their own preferred third-party administrators that reprice those claims according to what has been pre-agreed upon with Parkview or Lutheran and you guys. Whatever they're going to pay themselves, it's already pre-agreed upon. It's a narrow network, yes.
And we could stay with Anthem and be self-insured.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Is someone's got to handle the administration. Someone has to handle the negotiation. I thought self-insured meant, hey,
No.
we're going to throw
Okay.
$2 million into a pot.
I see where
We're
you're
going to
going.
hire a third-party administrator, not in a network, but a group like this PCRS, whatever they're called, to negotiate for us and handle it all.
You can be fully insured or self-funded with Anthem.
Gotcha.
When I talked to these guys, when we talked to them, I said, you should go get a fully insured quote with Anthem and a self-funded quote with Anthem. In the self-funded quote, Anthem has to show their work. Anthem, yeah, you can be fully insured or self-funded with Anthem,
I get
right?
it. I'm understanding.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'll go back to Parkview. When you're with Parkview in a narrow network, and then you have to, or some of your members want to go outside of that Parkview, you are getting a much lesser discount. There's probably a 20% benefit differential too for like a 20% differential in deductible or out-of-pocket max. So they're going to pay more, but you are going to get lesser discounts. Some of these things, like with Anthem United Healthcare, you're probably getting close to 50% discount. If you're in a narrow network with Parkview, you might get 60% discount when they're paying themselves. And but you may only get a 25% discount outside of that when you're traveling, when you're on vacation, when kids are at school, when you go somewhere else outside of that network. It's going to be more costly. Okay? Is this?
No, I'm sorry. I'm putting that together.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
So yes.
I'd like to know, first, just tell me what your role is. Are you a third-party administrator for us if we go self-insured?
No.
Or do we have to have somebody working for the county that will process all the claims and get them wherever they need to go?
We are a broker. We are an agnostic, independent broker, and we bring ideas to the table. We bring networks to the table. We bring pharmacy benefit managers to the table. We bring all of this to you. We bring TPAs to you. So
You guys don't have to pay.
you don't do any of that. We do it. If you say, we want to go with Anthem because it's the least expensive, we bring you the TPA that can work with Anthem, the pharmacy benefit manager that works with Anthem. We bring all of those solutions to you. We bring the information to you through BST, which is our data analytics platform. We bring all of that to you. You just got to sit back and make decisions. And this is what we want to do. And then ultimately, you got to pay the bills too.
Well, I get that. But, so how does, you find somebody we retain your services and find somebody, you know, something, a recommended plan after looking at our claims and looking at other things, right?
Yes.
Then how does the process work? Does our auditor contact, if we go with Anthem, contact Anthem?
Nope.
Who do they go through?
They go through us.
Okay.
We have an account dedicated to DeKalb County. Anyone,
And you get and so you get the claims, okay? But then how do you differ from the TPA?
Well, I do want to touch on this TPA thing too.
I should shut up and let
No,
you
you're
just
good.
talk.
You're
Sorry.
fine. I want this to be, I want you to, if you don't understand this, if you don't understand the whole picture and the whole process, then you're a lot more intimidated by it, or, you know, you don't, if you've got to understand it to be able to do it. So a TPA is a third-party administrator. When you're a broker, you can bring a bunch of different TPAs to the table. These TPAs work with these networks. These TPAs work with this. These TPAs work with, okay. Let's say you go with somebody like PHP. PHP, it's a brokerage, but it owns a third-party administrator. You're only going to see what that network can do with these, you know what I mean? There's another one, and we use them too. So we use PHP, we use SciHo, another TPA. SciHo only uses these networks. They can't use Anthem, they can't use United Healthcare, they can't use the Lutheran networks, right? There are other TPAs that use different networks, but if you are TPA driven, so if you pick a TPA as your broker, you only have limited access to what they can do. You with me? So you pick a broker that can bring all of these different entities to you, and ultimately you decide what's best for you in looking at everything rather than looking at a narrow scope. Okay. I want to keep going on this a little bit because this form, this BST report will tell you, it'll show you where you can get enough information to say, okay, now's a good time to go self-funded. So after that page, then on the next page that has a red 2 circled on it, you get claimants. And you get the claimants, you know if it's a child, if they're active, if they're terminated, what age they are. We can identify them, but we de-identify them for you. And we look at the diagnosis or the therapeutic code. We look to see if it's, then the next column's there, if it's a medical claim or if it's a prescription claim, okay? And how much those claims are. If you go to the next page, it breaks it out by month. So we can look and see, when these claims occurred. So the first person there, whatever that claim was, septicemia.
It's only 437,000. That's
Only
a light claim. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but we can see, is this an ongoing thing? Is this over? Let's say those claims occurred halfway through the year and then they're zeroed out from there on. So we go to the stop-loss carrier or the reinsurance carrier and we say, this thing's over. So you're only looking at a 430s. This is not going on anymore. In the case of the second one, it's zeroed out for a while because that person had COVID-19 and has been terminated from the plan. So the stop-loss carrier can't say, yeah, you got a COVID person. We say, no, that person's no longer on the plan. So as they look at claims history, we can look at very detailed information about that claims history, right? And we use that to help. We use that to help during the year to find less expensive ways, which I'll get into, less expensive ways to pay for things, and we do that at renewal time. Use that at renewal time to negotiate instead of just saying sharpen your pencil. You know, we've used the data to do that. So that's where self-funded can help you. The next report, it's kind of green yellow on one side. It's a running monthly clinical report. We look at any claim over $10,000 per month, right? We give to you, whoever wants a copy of it, it's de-identified, whoever wants a copy in the county government, and we say, okay, we've looked at these claims. We've generally, if this is it's an Excel spreadsheet form, and there are little red ticks on things that we have looked at and left our notes on it. The next page is an example of what those notes are. But a pharmacist and a nurse from Apex looks at these, and we say, okay, is there a way we can make things better? If it's on the medical side, I'll just give you one example. Let's say somebody is getting a very, very expensive medical infusion at the local hospital. We think we have a way that we can have that done in their home, save them money, and be more convenient for them. So if we can do that by looking at this, why wouldn't we do it? Why wouldn't they do it, right? On the pharmacy side, and this is where I want to spend some time on the pharmacy side, we can look, if it's a maintenance med drug that's $27,000 every month, we look to see if there is an alternative source of funding for that medication that can make it free to the member and free to the county, right? So, example, well, do I want to go? Yeah. So, we're looking at that on a monthly basis, and we give you, every month we give you a report that shows that we do that. So, the information.
Make it free to the county and to the person.
That's where I want to go
Expand on
next.
that, if you would.
Okay, so on the pharmacy side, there's another sheet. So pull this thing out. I've got way too much paperwork, but I want to show you exactly what you get from us when you become an Apex client. And this is a year's worth of stuff. So, okay, on the very last page of this report, there's a page with a yellow bar across the bottom. Are you with me? So, one of the things that we do is, got it?
Oh, it's last page.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so as we take you out to market, we look at a year and a half's worth of prescription costs, so drug costs, right? And what drugs you're on, what people are using, and so on and so forth. And we know because we have it through the other two reports I shared with you. So all of these maybe 12 different columns there are pharmacy benefit managers, right? They're different PBMs that on the medical side you use a third-party administrator. On the pharmacy side you use a pharmacy benefit manager that negotiates pharmacy claims costs at the pharmacies that you are using, right? And we look at the different pricing there. The first section across the top is just your regular prescription drugs, and whether the incumbent in this case is Confidio, and we look at Kroger, Magellan, Southern Scripts, we let them price out the drugs that you are using. Whatever we have access to, and that's why it's important to get on the BST thing so we can see all the drugs and the doses, and they give you a price. So the claims ingredient cost across the top is $605,000, right? They show us what the discounts are if we use them as a pharmacy benefit manager, the rebates, and let me stop there and touch on rebates a little bit. When you're fully insured on the PBM side, they're paying the pharmacy claims and you get no rebates. If you're self-funded, maybe 20% of those prescription costs come back to the county in the form of rebates on a quarterly basis. Or there's other ways you can do that. You can have a pharmacy credit taken off of your admin costs on a monthly basis to offset the not getting rebates. So therein lies, even if you were Anthem and you could be self-funded rather than fully insured, you would get rebates coming back to you. You think Anthem's going to have you fully insured at a loss? No, they're making money off of you. And they would rather have you be fully insured than self-funded, but if you're self-funded, they have to give you the data, and if they're self-funded, they have to give you the rebates or something.
That brings up another point, not to stop you, but one thing that really upset me is we received a report from Anthem that, hey, we have to up your premium because you had more claims than you paid in premiums, and that really wasn't true. We had 1.2 million in claims and 900,000 in administrative costs. They combined the two together and said that was all claims. Because I initially, when I heard self-funded and our claims are gonna be 500 grand more than we paid in, I said, I have no interest in that. But then when I realized that 900 and some thousand of the claims was actually administrative costs. And,
Yes.
and I thought, so, well, so it's really not claims.
Right.
If I sell you a car, I can't say, okay, the price of the car is 20 grand, but hey, I've got 15 grand administrative costs that I need you to pick up also, you know. It just seemed disingenuous to me not to say, here were your claims, here's our administrative costs, that's 2.1 million, you only paid in 1.6 million, we got a problem.
It is,
You know.
and that's why that claims report is so valuable to you, because you can break it
Right.
out and you can argue with the data with them or negotiate with the data rather than just saying, okay. You know.
Yeah, sorry, I guess we have
Right.
to pay more, you know. It just-
So then the other thing, the yellow section here, and this is where I want to talk about the high-cost medications. This same page with the yellow section, it says value of PAP, patient advocacy programs or aid-based savings. So we look at your pharmacy claims and we say, okay, and actually I think we did look at a list of some of your drugs, right? And I think I walked back to one of our pharmacists and I said, hey, can you tell me if of these 15 drugs that I see on this, how many of these could qualify for a patient assistance program? And she highlighted 9 of them and said, we could make these claims, if these individuals qualify, we could make these 9 claims cost the county and the member nothing or next to nothing. So how does this work? So these patient advocacy programs, oftentimes these high expensive specialty meds, orphan drugs, or maintenance medications have manufacturers programs, it's like college financial aid. They will, if you don't make enough money, or if you don't make enough money to really pay for this, they will give you financial aid for that. So in order to do that, you have to show your family's income, your W-2 or something. If I can get free drugs rather than meet my deductible every year, I'm going to do that, and some people don't like to. So we put language, if you choose, and you go across the yellow, not all PBMs have these programs, right? So you look at the general retail savings across the top, and then when you add in these specialty programs for pharmaceutical drugs, if you add these programs in, there are additional savings. Or if you use the PBM that has those programs and you add those into the plan language, it can save you money. Here's another specialty med program. You could go to the local pharmacist and the pharmacist says, here's a coupon for you. It's not going to cost you anything. But we put language in the PBM contract, if you use one of these PBMs, that says if you give the member a coupon, it's called coupon maximization. You have to maximize that coupon by giving the county their part of that. So it could be a $20,000 coupon, and a person, they give it to the person at the pharmacy, and the pharmacist, we'll give you up to your deductible, $1,500 or whatever it is, but then they keep the rest of it. We require that they maximize the value of that coupon, right? The third thing I think, and probably one of the biggest cost savers, I don't want to give too many technical terms, but hospitals, sometimes when they give you drug infusions or they give you drugs at the hospital, they run those costs through the hospital as opposed to running them through the PBM. Why do they do that? Because they make more money off of it, right? So we put language in there for about 40 or 50 different drugs. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but our pharmacist does. That says if you can run these drugs without injuring somebody or hurting somebody or in a timely fashion, if you can run these through the PBM, you must run these drugs through the pharmacy benefit manager if it's less expensive. So we require them to do that. It's a cat and mouse game the whole time, and if you're aware of what they're doing, you can counterpunch or you can counteract or you can try to anyway. Questions on that? Ultimately, we bring you options for you to say, okay, it's okay if we want our members to go through this if we can save money, or no, we don't want them to have to go through that hassle. Sometimes, the other thing we do, when we do this, we look at the disruption. How many people are positively disrupted? How many people are negatively disrupted if you change your pharmacy benefit manager? And you get to decide what you do with that. Questions on that? These PBMs, so it depends on what network you use. If you're with Anthem, you're going to use IngenioRx. They may carve that out if they think they're going to lose the business, but they make a lot of money on the pharmacy side. So United Healthcare will let us carve anything out to anybody as long as we can show a reason. Some of these other networks won't let you carve it out, others will, but that if you're a broker will know who can do what with whom. Questions?
So would our employees have a direct contact or some kind of contact for pharmacy-related issues?
You would start with us.
Okay.
So it's when we become your broker, we're the answer man, right? We're the person that you go to answer to answer your questions, right? So
Okay.
let's say it's Angela is one of our A's. You'll call Angela. Dottie will call Angela. I have this problem. Angela will fix the problem and get back with you. If Angela's not there, that's when the ASR steps in and answers the phone and says, Angela's gone, but what can I help you with? I'm very familiar with your account, right? If it's a pharmacy question, I have seen our pharmacy, I've seen one of our pharmacists, mostly Megan, who works with counties. She will answer any questions or walk you through what you need to do. We become your conduit to the carriers. You can, if you're with Anthem, you can also continue to call Anthem, or you know what I mean? But we become your first point of contact for all of that.
I know that we had some people when we switched from PHP to Anthem, then their medications that they've been on for a very long time, they had to go through all the step therapy,
Yes.
and it was kind of a nightmare because they were some pretty serious medications that shouldn't be changed.
We have that conversation with you before we would move anything.
Okay.
Go to the step. When you're fully insured with Anthem, it's Anthem's rules, right? It's Anthem's plans, it's Anthem's rules. When you're self-funded, you can determine whether or not you want to put those steps in or not. When you're with United Healthcare and you're self-funded, they will walk you through all kinds of questions. What do you want to do with this?
Okay.
And when it's pharmacy, it's the same thing. Sometimes on these specialty med programs, we see, or our pharmacy benefit managers knows that somebody's on that drug. They will reach out ahead of time and say, hey, when you go get your next fill, they're going to ask you for this, and you may be able to get free meds. So depending upon what you choose, but yes, we're the go-to for all of that. Any other questions? And I know, like Bill, I saw some paperwork that when you talked about self-funded and what you can do with that. I want to go to the next page of this report, Stonewall Masonry. Most of these reporting things that I have, I've either de-identified a county or we have a self-funded class that we teach new Apex employees, so they all become familiar with that, and I just use the form for these. So the lady that does it is a Civil War fan. Is there a Waterloo up here? Mm-hmm. She goes, oh, you're going to DeKalb. Ask them about Waterloo, but she's a huge Civil War junkie. So I said, was the Battle of Waterloo there? She goes, no, they just have a town named Waterloo. So I don't like
Been battles there, but not that battle.
So Stonewall Masonry, if you turn to what is at the bottom, page 3, it's kind of what we do. And once it's marketing time, 3 months out from your renewal, very similar to what your broker should be doing. Your broker shouldn't be coming to you and saying, hey, here's your renewal, but here's different stop loss carriers, right? You can have you don't even get that because you're fully insured. So we look at we bring you different things. We become your broker. We're looking at Anthem. We're looking at fully insured Anthem, which isn't on here, but across the blue at the top, Anthem with Anthem Reinsurance. Then we go on proposal number 1, Anthem with Tokyo Marine as a stop-loss carrier. Then we look at another one, UMR or United Healthcare with HIG as a stop-loss carrier. We could take you to a variety of different carriers and stop-loss carriers and fully insured quotes if you want to, so that you have the choice of what you want to do. When you're self-funded, this is what I want to get to. On the bottom, what's this one would be? Oh, this would be the line E going through on the left-hand side in the green, so the second green from the bottom. Total fixed and maximum cost annualized. So with your fixed cost, with your admin cost, with your broker fee in there, with your all your claims costs in there, the maximum liability for, if you just go down the first column there, the maximum liability for Stonewall Masonry in their current plan is $1,881,000. At their renewal, right, the next green line, it would be $2.3 million, all in. All right? The bottom green line, total fixed and expected cost, this is at the expected cost, so 25% less in claims than the maximum. Well, let's go to that line E again, the second from bottom. Anything over that amount, anything over the $1.881 million for the current year, the stop-loss carrier pays. That's your liability. That's your all-in cost, right? At the renewal, it's going to be 2.3 if this is you. At the expected cost, it's $1.6 million this year, or at the renewal, it's $2.045 million, a $421,000 increase, right? But the difference between the maximum cost and the expected cost is about $350,000 difference. You don't have to fund a self-funded plan at the maximum. You can fund anywhere in between there, right? Try to build up. Try to build up a little bit of a reserve so that you have a cushion going forward, but you don't always have to fund it to the maximum or the all-in cost like you do in a fully insured plan. Questions on any of that? And I wanted to say, Commissioner Hartman, up at the top there, it gives you the contract language, the things that you can control, $75,000 individual deductible on every individual. 24/12 contract, it's anything that's incurred in a 12-month period and is paid in a 24-month period is covered, right? The last thing I want to show you on this, go to page 6 on this form. 6, yeah. There are other things you can put in a self-funded plan that can help you, and these, you can put a no new laser contract in there. We haven't even talked about laser. You can put spec advance, which means if you have a spec deductible of $175 and the claim is $300,000, they can advance you. The stop-loss carrier can advance you that spec amount over the $175. So that you don't have to pay it and wait on a reimbursement. Anyway, there's just a lot of things you can control, but ultimately the stop-loss carrier is the one that's going to give you the rates. So you can change your deductible, your out-of-pocket max, your co-insurance, your co-pays. You can change. You can put all of that in there, but what you can't control is what the stop-loss carrier is going to charge you for that. And that's why you go get competitive quotes. Any questions so far? The last thing I want to show you, and we've kind of already talked about it a little bit, the projected, so on this blue sheet here, as you go into your budget hearings, we give you a projection of what we think it's going to be, and we're very conservative about that, but we look at in this case, the 2020, this county was funding at the expected. We give them a 2021, what we think is going to happen to your cost based on making a lot of assumptions at the expected, the midpoint, and the maximum all-in liability. But, so we give you an idea as you go into your
That's
budget.
not, this isn't our data, this is just something you threw together,
Right.
saying county,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
All of these are just
Yeah, right.
random forms.
Yeah.
And then once you actually pick your renewal, right, on the last page here, we show you what you are funding it as, what your premiums are, for example, in this year, and then we give you different options as to how you want to fund it, and you pick one or you come somewhere in between there, and then we come up with contribution strategies and how you want to do that. Anyway, all of this just to tell you that I think our processes are very solid. The information, you want access to the information, our processes are solid and our people are solid, and we leave no stone unturned as we go through all of this.
Does any of your county self-funded programs do no cost to the employee and no deductible, but a copay to like 20,000 of 20% or 50%? I'd like to get away from, if possible, I hate deductibles. And I'd really like to just give them the insurance, but I'd like them, the employee, to have skin in the game to where, you know, if they're going to the hospital a lot or using a lot of the service, they have to pay, instead of a deductible, a copay up to a certain amount, and just give them the insurance, part of the pay package. You know, you ever do that? Make a simplified program instead of out-of-network copay and is this, and an out-of-network deductible is this, and the deductible, I mean, it makes my head spin to say, well, have we met that deductible, but not this one, and what's going on? And do you have any clients that have done a simplified plan, I guess?
I mean, we don't have any that do that.
We don't, you don't have an HSA, have you ever done an HSA? You haven't?
Yeah,
you
we have
an
HSA now.
What skin in the game, what's their skin in the game if you pay for everything?
We wouldn't.
We wouldn't, I'm talking about a copay, though.
A copay?
So if they
Yeah,
use
a size of-
services, they pay.
A sizable copay. I mean,
Yeah.
and I don't know the number, but a number I've used is 70-30. In other words, kind of pay, the insurance would pay 30 or 70 and the
Is there an
patient would pay.
out-of-pocket maximum?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd
they'd
make
be
an
an
out-of-pocket
out-of-pocket
maximum
maximum,
too, you know, obviously.
So
Right.
what you're talking about, you're talking about basically an HSA plan. No, I've never seen anybody just start with a copay.
Yeah.
Or where they have to pay it's really co-insurance, where they have to pay a certain amount
Yeah.
of a claim up to a certain amount.
But a deductible's the same thing. If you have a $10,000 deductible.
Right.
You're still paying a percentage of whatever, you know, now obviously if you have $1 million claim, your percentage is very low. But I'm saying to keep people from going to the emergency room for a hangnail, you know, if they know it's gonna cost them $300 to go to the emergency room, they might not go for that. But we obviously want people to go if they truly are hurt.
Did I not?
But you know what I'm saying? It makes some accountability if they have to pay up to a certain amount. Now, someone's severely hurt, county wants to take care of them. I'm not trying, but they still need to have skin in the game.
There's skin in the game in different ways, but I've never seen anywhere just a co-insurance or a copay. I think you do that with a deductible. Like you're going to pay a certain amount. You're going to pay a certain amount until you've met your deductible, and then I don't think.
Copay sounds like it would.
I think.
With a mic up.
I was just saying, if you just had a copay, it would cost the county a lot more. You don't
Versus a
have that.
flat deductible?
Yeah, don't you think?
My
Well,
concern on that is if you give team members something for free, it loses its value.
Well, you're almost trying to skip a step of having a deductible.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the
And-
copay has to be adjusted to compensate for that loss of deductible.
Copay has
See what
to
I'm
be
saying?
adjusted for that.
I mean, it's a number that's got to be figured out by probably an actuary
So
or somebody. 'Cause
why do you want to get rid of the deductible?
It's a pain in the neck.
Why?
Because it's just another step. 2 reasons. They go in there, they go to the hospital, they've got skin in the games right away. The concept is to improve health. And with this deductible plan, or deductible only, or a copay only, say we get to the end of the year, we've got a $250,000 surplus. Part of that we'll carry into the next year as a cushion. Part of that, we would adjust that deductible or that copay in the employee's favor. Now, if we go into the end of the year and we're in the red, then we would need to adjust that copay up on the employee.
When do you adjust the copay? The next year?
Yeah, for the next year. At the end of each cycle, you adjust it, depending on how much you had left or how much you went into the red.
You have a PPO now too? You have a PPO. On a PPO,
So just to play devil's advocate here,
We
though.
have to have a PPO because there's some older employees that aren't entitled to a HSA.
so here's my thing. I've never seen it. I've never seen it, but we could shop whatever you want.
I'm not trying to make it difficult. I'm just saying,
Well,
I've never seen it either. This isn't something I read in the book.
out-of-network deductibles, in-network deductibles. It's just and co-insurance. I've had a deductible and a co-insurance on the same policy through
Yeah.
Anthem, and it's confusing. It's like, what is it? Is it deductible? Is it co-insurance? I just like one fee they pay up to a certain amount, and then the county covers it all after that.
You can,
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm not sure that a high co-insurance payment gets us to a healthy workforce. If I know it's going to cost me $300 to go to the emergency room, I'm going to say, shit, I'm going to put a Band-Aid on it and hope I survive.
Well, one thing, it's if you only need a Band-Aid, it's not going to cost you $300.
Well, I'm just saying.
It might cost.
Hospital Band-Aids are expensive.
Yeah. I'm scared of the doctor, so I just don't
Well,
go.
I get, that's an oversimplification, but I'm
Right.
I
concerned
know.
that,
I get your
that a
point.
high copay is going to discourage people from seeking medical attention because the out-of-pocket for every incident is going to be.
But if their deductible is $5,000 to start with, they're out $5,000
Yeah.
before they get paid at all.
There
Whereas,
again, like I said, it's got to be adjusted to compensate,
right.
to make up that difference.
Yeah, and I get your point, but my point is, well, if they say, wow, I got to pay the first $5,000, I'm not going at all. I'm not going unless I'm dying.
Yeah.
Whereas with a copay, they might say, you know what, I probably should get this looked at, but I know it's going to be painful, but this is serious. I need I don't know. I like simplicity. I think everything is too, to give you an idea, it's just like the drugs. And I know we're not going to fix this here today, but my wife wanted some cream for melasma or something, I don't know what, and it's $250 everywhere. It's funny. Without your insurance, it's $242. With your insurance, it's $252.
yes.
Her friend says, hey, call this pharmacy in Fishers. It's a refrigerated cream. They not only deliver it to us refrigerated, $61 a month. Now, how does that pharmacy give us the exact same tube of cream for $61, but it's $252 through my insurance, or $242 if I pay cash at the local pharmacies? What, do they have a special deal with that manufacturer?
Yeah, they could.
I mean,
What's the RX card or whatever?
Like
GoodRx.
GoodRx
So
or-
GoodRx sometimes has a broader network, a bigger network, and deeper discounts than you have through your own pharmacy benefit manager.
I just, again, managing costs, I mean,
Yes.
that's a 400% increase in price of one
Yes.
drug, and they deliver it to our door, refrigerated, for 61.
Part of all of this is figuring out what's the least expensive way to do something. Go back to your deductible, though. So you want to, you want to eliminate a deductible and have a 70-30 copay up to what out-of-pocket max?
But we're also eliminating, under this scenario, employee contributions.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
of course, the 70-30, that's just hypothetical. So
Yeah, up
you
to 10
understand?
grand.
Go to
Up
this.
to what?
There are no employee contributions. The employer is paying 100% of the employee, or the 1% of the, 100% of the premiums, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can do that. I mean, there are counties, not ours, but there are counties that pay $1 a year towards their premium, and the county picks up the rest. But, so you can do that. You can say it's free. It's going to be more costly, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's say no premiums. Then you go to the no deductible, right? Then you go straight to the copay or coinsurance, right?
Co-insurance.
So the coinsurance, you're going to pay 70, or they're going to pay 70.
No.
No, 30.
You're paying, the county's paying 70%, and they're paying 30% up to what amount?
Whatever our present max is, what is our 5,000?
We'd have to negotiate that, but I would say
Yeah.
kick that cap up maybe even to where maybe maximum of 10,000 out of pocket or something like that. Or 8,000. I'm not stuck on a number. Whatever someone could give us some pricing on.
It takes somebody with
lot
more up
smarter
here
than
than
us.
I've got to figure
Well,
these
can you
numbers
do
out.
it?
But somebody can do it. Somebody
Maybe,
knows.
but you're really kind of doing that with the deductible, except there's no skin in the game, except for the fact that there are different deductibles, or I'm sorry, there are different, you could have different co-pays to go to the emergency room versus urgent care versus, so there are different ways of doing that, and I didn't bring that thing with me, but
Well,
there's
one of the-
different ways of doing the same thing. So my question to you, my thing to you is, we can shop whatever you want to shop. It's just not normal. Stop-loss carrier may look at it and go, I'm not
The
touching
biggest
that."
complaint we had wasn't the increase in our policy cost to our employee. I mean, that was a complaint. Hey, my insurance went up, the premiums. It was, my deductible's $5,000 and I don't have $5,000. But they might have $300 to go to the doctor, but they don't have the $5,000 to pay that doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And again, it benefits those that choose to be wise because we can lower the premiums for everyone under that plan, in my opinion.
Why did your deductibles go up?
Oh, well, we have Dottie, what, on the conventional plan, what's the deductible?
3,000 or 1,500. Like 1,500 and 3,000 for the family, that would be the PPO. And then on the HSA, that would be 5,000 and 10,000.
10,000. No, I didn't say they went up. What I'm saying is they're complaining that they can't come up with $3,000. So
Right.
therefore, it might as well be no insurance to them because they don't have the 3,000 to kick in. But they might have, on a $1,000 bill, they can maybe come up with 300 for that, and on the next 1,000, maybe they can come, but they can't come up with $5,000 or $3,000 to cover their deductibles.
So I'll tell you another thing that we put in place, and man, we're on TV, so I'm not going to name counties, but one of our county clients has a very high deductible, $5,000 deductible.
Okay.
So we put what's called a health reimbursement account, an HRA, in place
HRA.
that takes that deductible from $5,000 to $3,000. Still expensive, but more manageable, right? So rather than having a higher premiums because everybody has a $3,000 deductible, we keep the deductible at $5,000 so you get better premiums, and then put an HRA in place to where the county only has to pay for the people that hit that $3,000 mark, and they pay between $3,000 and $5,000. So there's different things you can put in place like that.
Again, though,
Also-
that adds a little complexity though, but I get the
Yeah.
point.
Dottie, I forget if you said, do you guys contribute to the HSA at all?
Yes,
Yes.
You do.
$1,200 a year.
700 for a single employee, and the employee must match it. And then like $1,000, 1,200, depending on what level. But the employee must contribute, and the county contributes dollar for dollar up until they make that maximum.
You could always increase that as well, your contribution, which helps.
So, and along with what Sean is saying and what Dottie just said, so we have counties that give an amount and then will match an amount. We have counties that will, if they participate in the wellness program, they give them an additional amount. Or or they lower the premiums or give them an additional amount there. So there's a lot you can do, and you have more flexibility if you're self-funded than if you are fully insured. But there's a lot you can do. We can look at that. Never seen it, but we can look at it. See if somebody will give us a price for it.
Maybe we can get famous on changing the insurance industry, Bill. Maybe we can get famous changing the insurance industry, coming up
It'd be
with.
really interesting
No,
to get the
I mean,
numbers on it.
I'd like to see
you
it.
say that's different, well, we're different.
We're different. We're
Just, that's all I can tell you is,
we're definitely.
we try to get outside this little box that everybody's in
So,
and think a little
yeah,
different.
I think we do the same thing in our own world. We try to think outside of the box, and we try to come up with ideas that maybe can help counties or help people, and maybe it's a little bit unconventional. I'll say on another thing, so going back to the things you guys put on paper, self-funded health insurance that we looked at, smokers pay increased copay. There are laws, there are rules that govern wellness programs, and there's things you can and can't do, and there's limits to what you can do, and there's ways you have to say things. So I like the ideas. There's ways you have to do it.
Well, we have a smokers pay an additional premium on our policy, though. It's not much. What is it, $25?
It's actually non-smokers
Get a discount.
pay less.
Yeah, non-smokers pay.
Yes.
Get a disc. Yeah, okay.
It's all in the wording, like he says.
Yeah, it's all in the wording.
The things you want to do, I think our job is to try to figure out a way that if you want to do something, how do we get that done rather than saying no, no, no. And another example, we have a county, they never allowed abortions in their self-funded plan. They never allowed for it. They didn't even know it. But when this abortion law changed, they're like, we want to add them in, and we want to add travel to that. So
They wanted to add what?
they wanted to add abortions, and they wanted to allow travel to out-of-state abortion proceedings and have that legal under their plan.
I would be a no-go on that.
Okay.
So, I mean,
So we internally grapple with that a little bit, and we're like, who wants to do that? And I got to be careful because I know I'm on TV. Who wants to do that? But they wanted to do it, so we found a way that they could add that, even though that didn't make sense to me, but it made sense to them. So we found a way to do it. Can't do that when you're fully insured, but you can do that when you're self-funded. Anything else we can?
I think that's,
information for me to
yeah.
definitely look into here.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We chew on that. Yeah, look into that. Copay only.
We just
Really
want a cut
interesting.
of the profits when this goes mainstream across the whole country, and says, wow, so simple, But that's really it. It's like when you talk the co-insurance and the deductible. Okay, a deductible to $5,000, and then co-insurance to the $20,000, 80/20. Well, the deductibles then really is $7,500. Let's just call it what it is. The total out of pocket is what our employees to understand is, here's your total worst case scenario. Because when you tell them co-insurance, deductible, this, that much out of your check, they just know they don't have any money at the end of the month. That's all they really know.
But
And,
I'll say this about all of that, the whole discussion part of it and the whole different options that you have. The cost is the cost for the most part. When you land with a network and a pharmacy plan, the cost is the cost. You're either paying for it as a county or they're paying for it as a member. There's a balance there, but you take away the employee contributions, you're paying that, right?
oh, yeah.
So somebody's paying for
So
it.
can
But
you,
in retrospect, though, when you take that away from them, you add it into their deductible, or not their deductible, their copay.
Yeah,
I mean, you make it up with the copay.
right.
And so it's a little bit at a time. It's not, like you say, that all has to balance out. Sorry, Susan.
no, you're
go ahead.
fine. Obviously, everybody can determine differently, but would you, or can you even say, is when counties or whoever go self-funded, do their employees generally have less of a premium to pay?
Say that again.
If, instead of being fully insured, if we go to self-insurance, if a county has switched like that, do their employees generally have their premium decrease for them?
So generally, they can. Some of it depends on the claims. Let's say you mirror the plan, fully insured, self-funded, you mirror the plan. A lot of, and one's self-funded and one's fully insured. A lot of it depends on the claims. What are the claims? The programs you put in place can lower the claims. So the chances of you doing so are better, right? Last little example of this. So we put people on this BST platform, I'd say 3-4 years ago, right? We probably started with this particular model 3 or 4 years ago. So of our Apex clients, we're the second largest health insurance broker in Indiana, right? Of our 250 clients, maybe 150 to 160 are self-funded. Of the ones that we've had on this platform for 3 years, there's about 30 of them. Some of them came on later, some are on another platform. So 30 clients. Of those clients that are doing this and doing things we're talking about on the pharmacy side, over a 3-year period, those 30 clients have seen a decrease of 2.4%, I believe, in each of those years. So on average, a 2% decrease. So I said, why don't we look at how many of our county clients are doing this? So of the 30 clients, 11 or 12 of them were counties. And of the counties that are doing this, they saw an even greater decrease on average to 3% decrease in each of the last 3 years of those that are doing this. So it works, it makes a difference. With that, thank you.
One thing I think is important, and if you need to pack it as a timeline, as you can tell from the discussion this morning, there are a ton of details that have to be worked out if we make a move toward self-funding. So I think, we need to not sit on things too long.
Press on, yeah. And that's what we did last time, is we were just, do we self-fund? We didn't really learn a bunch about it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, renewal comes, and we better just take it. And it's funny that you mentioned the 35%. They've done that to us twice. PHP did it to us, and then Anthem tried. Both times they came down to 7 to 9% increase, and we didn't have to.
But then you're happy with it. What if you could get a decrease?
Well, I'm not happy with it. No, and I get their point.
Again,
I would get their point a little better if they
Yeah.
said your claims were 2.1 million and they really were 2.1. They were 1.2 and 900,000
Right.
administrative fees. There's a difference between claim and administrative fee.
Yes.
And it's, that frustrating to me.
So going back to your point, Mike, the timeline. So for us to, if I hope you do, but if you decide to move to us, to put you on our analytics platform, it takes 2 to 3 months just to get you loaded with 2 years of claims data on this thing, or 1.5 years worth of claims data. So you move to us January 1st, you'll have data in 3 months, and probably not before that. It's the data you want. It's the data you want in order to make those decisions. And then on that timeline between, 3 months from then and 3 months from now and your renewal on 7/1, there's a lot to take to market. There's a lot to figure out. There's a lot of things that are itemized here that we need to do. But the renewal process itself, as you know, should take about 3 months to do. So we get you up and running on platform in the first 3 months, and then we go to work.
Let me ask you, go ahead, Mike, finish your thought. You had a thought going.
Well, just to be clear, too, worst case scenario, if we make a move to Apex or somebody else as a broker, and we get close to July 1 and we haven't got what we're happy with, worst case scenario is they negotiate with Anthem and we renew as fully insured. And I think probably any of the ones that we're talking to have a stronger position to negotiate with Anthem.
Oh, yeah.
Than
Let me ask just a dumb question. Okay, so I'm a car dealer, and if I buy cars from GM, every GM dealer gets that car at the same price from the factory. What they want to mark it up is totally up to them. If the market, with insurance, I'm told that once an agent quotes something, the next insurance company can't quote it for less because that agent is that insurance company has already set a price, and that the next agency can't quote it for less. Why is that? Or am I not hearing that correctly?
I'm glad to hear you say that because most people
That's
don't believe that, but that is mostly correct. It's because, let's say you're Anthem, okay? And we work for different companies, and I get a quote for you from Anthem, and then she goes in and says, I want a quote from Anthem too. They want a quote from me too. Anthem's not going to pick the winner and the loser. Anthem's going to go, this is what it is. We're not going to pick your broker, because if Anthem gives me a worse quote than they give her because she's better looking than me, then I'm not going to do business with Anthem. I'm going somewhere else.
So what you're saying is the amount Anthem charges is predicated on the broker that brings them the first deal, and then that rate is set according to that?
In a real world, yes, that's true. However, some brokers have, based on their book of business with Anthem, some brokers get better deals or can negotiate. So let's say you go in with Shauna, who is a standalone. She does car insurance, homeowners insurance, and she comes in and says, I want a fully insured quote, right? They give her a quote. I come in and I go, look, we've got all of this information, right? I want to use this information to get a better quote from Anthem. We may be able to negotiate a better quote, but then she's going to get the same quote because the quote is going to be the quote. So if we go in first and we get a better quote, she still gets the quote.
She still gets it.
She still gets the quote.
So, but we have to name you as our agent of record in order to get that great quote, right? We would have to name you before we even know what you're going to charge us. And that's the thing that I keep hearing from these insurance companies is, well, you got to name us as agent of record, then we'll get you the quote. And so it's very confusing. Again.
It's true. It is true, though.
Okay.
It's confusing. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I will say there's some merit to the fact that different brokers, some brokers can get better quotes than others. Some brokers, because of access to information and because of their book of business, can get a better quote than someone else.
So how do you fit in that group?
We're the second largest in Indiana. We have probably the most robust team of any broker in Indiana. Like there are brokerages that buy other brokerages, right? I don't want to name them, but they buy other offices, and then basically what they have is a local office with a receptionist, a salesperson, and maybe a account manager type person, right? I walk down the hall. There are 3 pharmacists. I walk down the hall, there's 3 nurses and a team of 10 or 12 clinical people that have clinic background. So a bunch of resources of people I know, right? I walk down here, we've got 5 market analysts that go out and get quotes for different size groups and different kind of groups. 10 or 12 different AEs to bounce things off of. But tons of resources that we can use to leverage. I mean, I don't know anyone else that's doing this PBM pharmacy benefit RFP that we do, right?
I've seen that.
I don't know of anyone. Other people are trying to mimic it. I can't say what I want. Everything I want to say on camera of changes that are happening at Apex even as we speak, but they're all positive things. But there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Again, that's just clarification.
Think about, okay, you're a car dealership. Do you think everybody pays the same price for a car?
No, but the price I get from the manufacturer is the same whether I'm small town motors or big town motors. The invoice price that the dealer pays is the same. They all get now, they might get a little kickback on volume of 2 to 3% if they hit certain levels.
Yes.
And that's to be expected. But I'm just saying, going into it, we're on a level playing field. And that 2 or 3% might be $400 to $500. It isn't
Right.
20, 30, 40% different. To give you an idea, our insurance agent, one year we were with Motorist Insurance. My friend wanted to quote the business. He had an insurance company. And my agent says, go ahead and let him quote it. It won't even be close. I said, why is that? He says, we've written so much with Motorists, they give us, I don't want to use the term kickback or whatever, they give us such a huge discount right off the bat. Sure enough, his quote was $25,000. My friend's quote was $44,000 for the same policy. And I said, okay, there's no reason to have anyone else ever quote this again if you're in that deep with that insurance company. So that made sense. But it didn't make sense to me that they couldn't let different agents quote differently. I don't know, just.
In this industry, they don't really. If the carriers will all stop and go until you figure out who your broker is, right? We're just giving everybody the same thing because we're not going to pick brokers.
I got you. Okay. That's a little clarity to it. Makes the mud more visible.
More muddy.
Right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you pick a county attorney, right? And I've told these guys the same thing, but you pick a county attorney, and do you pick him based on how much what his fee is? That's how you pick it?
We did this year for the first time.
We just did it, and this is my last week.
Okay. So what else would you like to talk about?
You are going to court because somebody is suing you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you pick the attorney with the lowest fee, or
No.
do you pick the attorney that's able to give you the best advice?
We actually got the best experience, or the most experience. We had 3 excellent candidates. We let them bid their fee, and that was part of the equation, but we went by their experience mostly, how much municipal law they had, that kind of stuff. But we did let them bid the salary instead of us setting the salary. We let them bid it. And we figured out that Jim's been well overpaid for the last 19 years, so. A little going away present for you there, Jim.
Consider who I've got to be working with.
Good point.
That is being funny, but yeah.
No, at the end of the day, when you're looking at several $1 million a year in expenses, we need somebody who is a partner
Yes.
in giving us the best service and rates that we can put together. That's really where we're at.
We want service after the sale, is what
Yeah.
we want.
Dottie's on a county HR, what would you call it? You are on a county.
Oh, my little informal network?
Yes. So she's got an informal network, and from time to time, I mean, there's hundreds of people on it, right? She bounces things off of other HR directors, other auditors, whatever, and gets what their thoughts are. So, like in this business, I never get on that, but if somebody asks me, I will respond. But in this business, if you get a bad name for yourself, it comes back to haunt you. If you lose a county and somebody says, poor service, it haunts you. And in the world we live in, we don't want to lose one. That's why we don't sleep well. We stay up at night worrying about how can we stay on top of each one of our county's needs.
Okay. Great. All I really had, guys.
Yeah, I'm good.
That, I think. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thanks for the
time.
presentation.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Appreciate the extra information, too.
Thank you.
Enjoy your vacation.
Yes.
Where are you heading to?
Anna Maria Island.
Oh, nice.
You ever heard of it? Like
yeah.
it's southwest of Tampa a little bit.
It's beautiful.
Oh, that's right.
You have a beach left.
That's right, my kid's neighborhood.
Did they escape all the damage from Ian?
They did. It was heading that way, and then it veered off.
I got really ticked off that it veered off because I was in Marco Island.
Yeah,
and we got evacuated.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
I like Marco too. We've been down there with some friends a few times. But Yeah.
All right.
Too, except too many people are finding it. I like
Yeah.
it
Are we
when there
done?
was less of a
If we,
population.
are you done?
I'm done. I'm eating.
Let me tell you my Marco story. So
We're
we
done.
have, my kids are 15 and 13. We were down there when my kids were 13
Done,
and
or
11.
not done?
We go down, there were several families that, at 13, 4 of the boys snuck out at 3 in the morning. Parents are asleep. Police knock on the door, bring these kids back.